Alright, I am live. Gonna send a going live message. Maybe dawdle a little bit, give some people time to get in here. And then we'll start chapter 41. Alright, that should do that. Okay. I guess I'll try one of these daily challenge things. I'd be slacking on the in-chapter dailies. Still haven't done the ones from last chapter. I just don't care. Like, I don't know, I don't think the rewards are really worth it. I got other things to do. It's whatever. I get what I get. I'm just here for the story. Okay, support Phoenix. Oh, wait. That's the extra, right? Oh yeah, and then we have side stories. I'll probably start with the side stories. We can do 2 right now. Okay. So I can use anybody here. They even use the part 2 characters. Yeah, let's use the trial ones. Fire damage increase. Oh, Brownie's not really good for that. Yeah, I is... Oh, Chrononavi. I. Green. Fire. More fire damage, more elemental damage to united enemy. Alright.
爱伊修伯利安 lambda to cat hut aimer hut cat hut hut cat 我的温度小心烫审判的时刻到了。恒定火力
Cooperation model
实际重构武装，启用手动驾驶，激发保险，立即解除，调用后备能源，能量解线，全领域覆盖。
I took out the wrong person.
开始修正误差。
We should have Durandal.
Annihilation
立即执行。收到指令，弱点确认，调用预设模组。决战的时刻到了。以此烈火，战无不断。开始需要帮助。 检测到违规行为，请立刻关闭非法软件。小心烫伤！决战的时刻到了！预备，点火！心炎，拔剑。
I ever wonder if we're actually going to see Kiana in part 1.5 at all.
开始修正误差。加速。
It's like they keep including her in their plans, but everything always goes wrong before they can bring her in.
前方高能，非战斗人员请迅速撤离。
Contact， 急救位。
我的温度，审判的时刻到了。
Boom.
我会带着大家的祝福，继续前行。
Okay. Okay. I want to do the side stories before I continue. Sudden spike in thieving cases in the city. Green Vita. Innocence Garden.
您的证词对案件非常重要，所以请回答我的问题。
就是些缺斤少两的事情，没必要这么较真儿吧，旅行。
那边似乎发生了什么争执，过去看看吧。小绿，发生什么事了吗？是福华。这位先生，拉里。 说自己回到家发现买的橘子少了几个，但是卖橘子的摊主坚持说自己没有缺斤少两。
哎，我的大法官，您朋友来了，我就不打扰了啊。
事情还没有调查清楚，你不能走。
The young man acted as if he didn't hear Green, turning abruptly and running off, leaving a flustered and exasperated Green behind.
似乎每次询问居民，都会让对话难以继续。福华，大家是不是觉得严肃的交流方式并不好？我无法代表他人的观点，不过我反倒更习惯这样的交流方式。说起来，我也曾被人评价为太过严肃。 虽然与你相处不多，但你的确与阿成他们性格不同。不过，大家对你评价很高。这么说来，其实他们并不是不喜欢严肃的人，而是……不，你误会了，小绿。其实，算了，现在还不是考虑这些问题的时候。橘子丢失的案件我还没有解决。这孩子虽然很在意居民们是否喜欢自己这件事。 但还是把完成自己的职责放在了第一位。说回案子，如果拉里和摊主都没有说谎，那变数应该出现在他回去的路上，附近就是他回家的必经之路。福华，能请你帮个忙吗？我没问题。谢谢。如果只有我一个人，居民们可能不愿意跟我说话，能有你的帮助再好不过。小绿，抓紧时间在这里看看有没有新的线索吧。
Okay. Investigate the suspicious box.
这面墙上挂着的箱子为什么要写公共设施？我们并没有在这里放置箱子。上面的锁看起来还很复杂。有人将自己的箱子伪装成公共设施吗？私人的箱子不可以用公共设施的标志，得把它拆下来放到事务招领处。
A thoroughly irked Green stepped forward to take the box off, but the lock behind the box didn't budge an inch.
箱子被锁栓卡住了，拿不下来。我来试试吧。箱子上的锁连接着这条线路，我们去源头找找是否有解决锁栓的方法。
What kind of box is this? Okay. Does it go somewhere else? What do you want? What am I supposed to do here? Help! What do you want from me? Do I...
Oh, 原来箱子锁栓的开关在这里。
Okay.
你的判断很准确。开关已经打开了，我们回到箱子那里吧。箱子打开了，里面是3只橘子，是拉里丢失的橘子吗？也许吧。不过为什么把橘子放在这里，还特地为此准备了这么复杂的箱子？
Yeah, really.
事出反常，浮华，我们继续调查吧。
What is going on here?
吃青菜可以长很高吗？我也要吃青菜。
你在说什么？
哎，是绿行姐，我最近有在好好学习，没有偷懒。哦，该到锻炼时间了，绿行姐再见。
站住！询问孩子的时候，或许用比较温和的语气更适宜。你好啊，我想问，算了，浮华，你来问吧。小姑娘，请问你看到青菜摊那里发生什么事情了吗？
我想想，有个很高的大哥哥从阿姨的摊位上拿了青菜，他还有漂亮的棕色头发。
多谢你了，小姑娘。个子很高的棕发青年。浮华，我们找到目标了。
Green's brows furrowed as if she was pondering a difficult decision.
绿行姐，还有其他事吗
？I guess we'll just have to bear with it. Green turned her head to look at the girl, who was beside herself with anxiety.
你要记得好好学习，锻炼身体。下次再见时，我会检查你是否有进步。
The girl gripped her ball tightly and nodded vigorously, turning and running away without looking back.
浮华，为什么同样是代理人，大家会拉住阿成说个不停，而对我却……大家不愿意跟我多说话，是觉得我管得太多了吗？我还在学校里当班长时，也曾经担心过自己对大家的要求是否过于严苛。我关心爱逃课的同学考试前有没有好好复习，关心爱打游戏的同学有没有早点休息。所以那时候他们遇见我，第一反应往往是立刻向我汇报我给他们布置的任务完成与否，而不是与我随心所欲谈天说地。浮华，你会羡慕其他同学的相处方式吗？羡慕吗？我从未考虑过这个问题。但人与人之间的交往就像一面镜子，或许你和他人的交往方式会让他们认为，你也会喜欢用同样的方式交流。交往就像镜子吗？都这个时间了，浮华，这个问题我会好好思考。但现在我们得继续调查，不能耽误了后面的计划。小绿还真是个守时的孩子啊。
Use the sand washer. Next to that, it was so clean. Nice.
那青菜自己长腿了不成？您好，请问发生什么事了？
没什么大事儿，就是刚一转身，我搁这儿的青菜就不见了。
又丢东西了吗？奇怪，总感觉突然之间偷窃案频发，不对劲。
嗨，也不是什么大事儿，麻烦的话就别管了。
不可以，居民的物品，即使是1粒米，也不能因麻烦而放弃。我们现在就去调查清楚。
Okay, check the wooden crate.
这个写着防汛物资的箱子怎么被乱摆在这里？不对，防汛物资不应该被装在这种箱子里。
又是伪装成公共设施的东西吗？
确实是个高明的障眼法。对于公共设施，路过的居民一般不会在意。这些木箱封得很紧，要尝试敲开它吗？可能需要点时间。
木箱并不结实，或许可以直接打破它。
嗯，如果这也是装赃物的箱子，只要里面的赃物完好就行。
让我试试吧。
You know, I almost wonder if Big Vita is like playing pranks on them. 'Cause I don't know. I don't think Moriarty would do this stuff. I mean, we never really found the culprits from before. And other than Fu Hua, there shouldn't really be any other outsiders here. Oh, crates. I guess I just smashed the crate.
里面只有一张字条吗？上面写了什么？
城东鲜花铺，绿紫黄花朵各一支。
刚才并没有听到鲜花铺的摊主说丢了东西，或许这是犯罪预告。
如果是犯罪预告，应该把这张纸条放到足够明显的地方，昭告天下才对。而这，更像是在发布某种盗窃任务。
盗窃任务吗？等一下，你看那个人，
高个子棕发的青年，确实符合小姑娘的描述。
如果这张字条真的是盗窃任务，恐怕整件事会比我们现在看到的更复杂。还是先不要打草惊蛇。
好，我们暂且悄悄跟上去，看看他要做什么。
等等，浮华，这里的居民都认识我，只能先由你跟着他了。我会在不远处跟随你们。
First 3 options are normal. What do you mean normal?
您放心吧，任务都已经发下去了。大家最近练习的状态和劲头都不错。我已经在集会的地方贴好了标志，我们一定会将东西拿到手。放心，我在机关上装了警报，只要不是我们的人，都会落入陷阱。
Tend to just turn into who people like the most. No, not just on the internet. Holes in general. Oh my goodness, this guy is so slow! I have to follow him at a distance. But I catch up to him so easily just by walking. He's taking itty-bitty footsteps for itty-bitty babies. There was a variant from Honkai 3 that's in Honkai Star Rail? Okay. Oh my goodness, my guy, you can walk faster. And like, is there no dialogue here? Should there be dialogue? Am I not close enough to hear the dialogue? Oh, oh, he turned around. Did I get too close?
对，就这些。等有新情况我再……嗯，你是谁？喂，你该不会是想加入我们的新人吧？
Yeah,
是的。
yeah. Let's go with that.
他一直存在，我们却视而不见。我们是城中的一员，却被他拒之门外。他是什么？
Okay, there's no choices. I just don't know.
啊！连博物馆都不知道，你根本不是我们的朋友。
糟了，要赶紧追上他。
Huh. The museum. Meeting info beyond the slip. How do you just put up a wall here? There's a wall there too. There's no wall here. Wooden crates public property. Forget about the rule to do no damage to public property. Lamau. Hog, I can destroy all the public property. Vita gave me permission. Owned by the mechanism sign. Alarm, jump into action or act with caution. I guess caution? Can I hit this? There we go. Burn the wire to take care of it. Three characters all grows. Live great stories. Cool old dude. I mean, usually girls win. I guess Welt's just that cool. Vegetable glove and children's candy. Missing stuff mentioned by the residents. The heck? Why are they stealing random stuff? Make trouble. Everyone's become more proficient. It'll be long before we get our hands on the museum key. Did I choose the wrong option? It's not voiced. Oh, in an inconspicuous corner, a few residents gathered together, as if engaged in a casual conversation.
原来，这就是你们的集会吗？
Oh, this is voiced. The thieves sitting in a circle turned around, only to find a fuming Green staring at them with a death glare.
绿行，你怎么也在啊？
Witty lady.
你该关心的不该是这个吧？如何？现在人赃俱获，你们也不必为无聊的借口费心了。
It's always what's in the Astral's friends. Seriously?
把偷窃价值不高的物品当做你们训练新手的手段， 而居民们往往认为那些是无关紧要的物件，追究的成本大于收益，最后不了了之。
对于细枝末节的事情不了了之，我向来不能苟同。你们训练同伙偷窃，是想要取得博物馆钥匙，也就是我们手中的权限，对吧？
你怎么连这个都知道了？
那么我的问题是，为什么要去博物馆？耽误更多时间，对判定罪责的轻重而言毫无意义，却只会增加我的不满。
因为你们一定在博物馆里面隐藏着秘密，不然为什么只有你们代理人可以随意出入？你们为什么会认为博物馆中隐藏着秘密？
说吧。
其实，是我在城南捡到了一则简报，上面写了代理人将能够亲赴城市的秘密藏在博物馆里。我们害怕城市会因此毁灭，所以……
Maybe this is caused by Moriarty. He's just stirring up trouble. I could see him doing that. I don't know why, but I could see him doing that. Well, it's a standard banner character. The second or third variant game. Himiko soon gets Himiko V2. Huh. Okay.
简报在哪里？长什么样？
烧掉了。哦，那样子我记得，是用其他
Cutting
文章
out
拼贴
letters
而成。
again.
从他的神情上来看，并不像说谎。拼贴的简报，如果这背后有人刻意为之，我们或许可以从简报被发现的地点继续追查。
我先带他们回去询问。谢谢你，浮华。如果今天没有你的帮助，可能这件事情只会被当作一起简单的盗窃事件。
不必客气。
你还有时间吗，浮华？我想拜托你一件事，我想试试。
试试？我随时都有空。
好，那我们现在去把赃物还给居民吧。
Okay. Actually, I don't think I'm gonna do the wrong routes. They don't really seem to add much, if anything, to the story.
哎，绿行，我说真的，那个橘子真不重要。哎，你找回来了。
拉里，这是你丢的橘
拉里
子，下次要注意啊。
绿行，我最近都有好好遵守规则，爱护公物，空闲时间还热心公益，我真的没犯什么错误啊。
橘子找回来了。
舒服多了。不是，多谢你了，绿行。这种小事还能被你记在心上，你真是太负责任了。
谢谢。
The young man smiled as he waved and nodded at Green, then turned and left leisurely.
明明模仿了阿成，为什么还是？浮华，刚才的事情你不要告诉阿成，最好请你直接忘掉。
好，但小绿为什么要模仿他呢？
因为你说，人与人的交往就像照镜子，所以如果我用阿成的表达方式，大家会不会更喜欢？
其实，像镜子这句话不仅指交往的方式，也可以指心意吧。
心意？
小绿真诚地对待居民，即使是微不足道的物品，你也会在乎。那么，居民们也会感受到小绿的心意，感谢小绿的付出。你曾问我，是否会羡慕其他同学之间的相处方式？我想，即使这些方式各有不同，但大家都明白，我们相互信任，是彼此无法割舍的一部分。
我理解你想表达的意思，浮华。虽然我知道居民们也信任我，认可我的工作，但是相比于严格的代理人，大家更喜欢亲和的代理人的表达方式，对吗？
一个班级需要一个严格的班长，敦促大家一起进步。对于这座城市来说，也是如此吧。
一座城市 需要亲和的代理人与居民们交流，也需要一个严肃的代理人去面对、解决居民们出现的问题，这样大家才能安居乐业。
刚才如果不是严肃又认真的小绿让盗贼们正视自己的罪行，交代清楚作案经过，可能我们还要花上一番功夫。
那是因为平日太严肃，大家都害怕我吧。不过，谢谢你，浮华。我明白大家信任我，心里也认可我的工作，而且我的工作也需要这份严肃。
所以，你不必去模仿其他伙伴的交流方式。小绿现在这样就很好。
浮华都说了要忘掉了。
我忘掉了。
A rare look of embarrassment flashed across the typically austere green. Austere. But she rapidly rubbed her face and quickly returned to her usual composed self. She sighed heavily and nodded at Fu Hua.
谢谢您，浮华。
不客气。对了，关于之后的调查，如果有我能帮忙的地方，我想和你一起查下去。
好，有你的帮助，自然会事半功倍。浮华，等我带他们回去办好手续，我们就一起制定下一步计划。
Thick clouds hung in the darkening sky, like a vague mist enveloping the city's skyline. Gazing at the receding figures of Green and the others, Fu Hua once again fell into contemplation. Alright. Maybe the password isn't what the suspect said. Actually, maybe I should go back. Because that might not be the true end. Or the one that reveals the most. I don't know.
您放心吧，
That means I
任务
have
都已
to
经发
follow
下去
this
了
guy
大家最近
again.
练习的状态和镜头都不错。我已经在集会的地方贴好了标志，我们一定会将东西拿到手。放心，我在机关上装了警报，只要不是我们的人，都会落入陷阱。
Actually, what if I just keep getting close? No, he's not noticing me. Alright, we gotta wait for him to take his little baby steps for little babies. Oh, wait. Never mind.
对，就这些。喂，你，
哦，
他一直
Okay,
存在，
yeah.
我们确实。
There we go, museum. So the first time I couldn't say anything, but this time I can say museum.
原来是同道中人，不过不巧，我还要去别的地方发布任务。既然是新人，我先带你去集会的地点，以后看到标记，你就能自己找到了。
Alright, he left again. Something noteworthy here? Investigate the traces. Location markers for the criminal's meetup point. Was Mrs. Gavi reported her vegetables missing. There's some extra time for other plans. Case hasn't been fully resolved. Solid leads. Criminals are supposed to be meeting up here. Somewhere else first. Turn the vegetables. Okay. We found your vegetable. Refrain from patting me on the head. Aww. color would be better. Who was snickering? Okay. More about different communication styles, yada yada. Pretty much what she said before, I think. Yeah. Okay. The previously downcast Green suddenly seemed to remember something and quickly checked the time on her portable device. Need to go back to the meeting point? But Fuhua didn't get to encourage her. Yeah, send in Fuhua alone. Act like one of them. Yeah, we still don't know why they were going after the museum. I think. Maybe we can find out. I'm here for the gathering. Bring the museum's secrets in no time. Well, we know why they want to find the museum, but we don't know who told them about it. Who knows, save for a few representatives. He's a spy! Oh, young man pressed a button and a self-made suicide bomber robot converged. Oh, and self-made suicide bomber robots converged from all directions, hemming Fuhua in. So trying to kill her now? What the heck? Alright, I guess I just dodge. Oh. Lamau. Oh, what? Where are you going, Fuhua? What? Green remained utterly unflappable as she calmly stepped in front of the fleeing suspects. Despite the significant height difference between the three, she showed no hesitation or delay. The amount of incriminating evidence is staggering. Who doesn't kick these things to the curb? Uh-huh. You're just curious, yeah. That's why we tried to kill somebody. Explained with mere curiosity. Capable of intimidating the suspects. Intimidating Vita. He inspired me? Maybe it is Moriarty. He. Not me. If they're a man or a woman. Oh, okay. Right by a stack of notes. Investigate who wrote the notes. So in this one, instead of Fuhua encouraging her, she came to the answer herself. Okay. I feel like that should be more of a true ending than the other one. Ending little representative. Hmm. Maybe I'll check this one. I wasn't gonna check all the endings, but that one was a little different. I feel like this one's not gonna be different though. Probably just gonna be like, oh, we didn't get that much info, but we stopped them. Yay. Hey, can I destroy public property? Yippee! So then instead of looking for the alarm or whatever, I just punch this thing. Oh. How do... What does it want me to do to jump into act? Like, finding this thing, I think, is what led me to the other route. Then... Oh, there we go. Okay. Well, why did you have... How am I supposed to know that you're supposed to use Night Squire? Because for stuff like that before, you use Phoenix. The heck? Anyway, triggered the alarm. We've probably fled. Just waiting for me? I guess his accomplices got away. Stealing your heart's content. Yeah, this way they don't find out why he's stealing. Yeah, the meetup point's empty. Young man proudly scattered the ashes in his hand onto the ground. Hmm. Rid of all the evidence. But yeah, they barely got any info. Okay, and then yeah, different forms of communication. Oh, but even that wasn't as detailed. All right. Original tricks. Prepare for this year's celebration. Purple Vita. The afternoon sunlight cast a comforting warmth over the city. Amidst the languid and relaxed atmosphere, a bustling figure caught Fu Hua's attention.
那个女孩是小紫。
As if sensing Fu Hua's gaze, Purple, who had been engrossed in her notebook, suddenly looked up.
是富华姐姐。
Yeah. Before Fu Hua could respond, she immediately rushed toward Fu Hua while holding her thick notebook. She stopped a few steps away from Fu Hua and curtsied while lifting the hem of her skirt.
富华姐姐是来找我的吗？有什么我能帮上忙的吗？
Harmonious Vita.
我只是随便走走，而且你看上去好像很忙。
A little ball of energy. Purple raised the notebook to Fu Hua. A page that was covered with various scrawled notes caught Fu Hua's attention.
这是
是今年的庆典灵感哟。这次的庆典依然是由我策划呢。
今年的庆典，这里也有每年固定举办的庆典。
那当然了，富华姐姐。为了庆祝一年又风平浪静、无忧无虑的度过，大家就会聚在广场上一起开心的庆祝呢。
好像是很有趣的仪式。
Hearing this, the smile vanished from Purple's face.
因为浮华姐姐来我们的城市做客，所以这次我想办个不太一样的新庆典。可是
She scratched her head in frustration.
可是我只有办旧庆典的思路，完全没有新想法呢。哎，对了，
Purple looked up pleadingly.
浮华姐姐是来自其他地方的人，对吧？既然如此，浮华姐姐一定有许多不同于这个城市的新点子呢。
其实我不是很擅长。
求求你啦，浮华姐姐，你一定有什么好主意的，对不对？
这个
Let me think. Oh, okay. Oh, what the? Oh, this is weird. All three of these lead to the same node? Images from okay, images from the past. Can inspirations be drawn from beautiful moments in the past? Museum. Oh wait, what if I choose the other one? They're right there. From the dusted home? Outer Hesperus. Satisfied. Drawn from the warm and happy environment. Harmony Home. Alright, anyway, museum. Purple fluttered her eyelashes in a desperate attempt to plead with Fu Hua. Unable to refuse, Fu Hua frantically parsed through her memories of the past few days once again. Visited the museum a few days ago. Exhibits related to celebrations. Files that record the annual celebrations. Showcase the time to ask about. I know it's the book over there. What's the one that she didn't have time to ask about? I don't think it's this book. That's visitors, whatever visitor log. This should be the celebrations, I think. I think. Got it wrong, need to think about it again. No. Here's the broken clock. Okay, so no, it's just the celebration book here. Commemoration postcards collection. Harmonious Vita started it. A very sturdy cover. Dishes, invite everyone to the square for a feast. Maybe small in stature, but our hearts are big. Aww. Purple proudly straightened her posture, completely forgetting what she was initially asking about. Oh. I had and I didn't see that choice pop up. Prepare a specialty dish. Bring them all together for a big potluck. The excited and cheerful Purple hugged her notebook and left swiftly. So yeah, I guess I gotta go through all these. With Dusted Home. Outer Hesperus. Okay. Checking a few days ago. Security bots there have been restored to normal. Chang'an, bustling Ximing seem like two different worlds. Oh, small animals. change, quite different. Seeing that Fu Hua was about to drift into aimless ruminations about Chang'eng again, the harmonious Vita immediately grabbed Fu Hua's hand and shook it. We're looking for ideas here. Different environments can evoke different emotions. What if we make some decorations? Venue for this year's celebration. Decorations for this year's celebration. Well, I mean, venue. Oh, well, where would they move it? Yeah, let's go with decorations. Yeah, new decorations can put a fresh spin on things. Works of inspiration. I comfort all the small animals that are in Chang'eng. Yeah, Fu Hua will comfort all the small animals. After saying goodbye to Purple, Fu Hua decided to return to Chang'eng to calm the small animals. Alright, and then from the warm and happy environment. Okay, pretty much the same opening. A little sightseeing tour of Qiming a few days ago. Call conversations with the residents. Forward to celebration. You guys interested in the food? Bird. Pet the bird. Can't pet the bird. Weird looking beasts at the border of Qiming. It'll be fine. It's nothing to worry about. Oh my goodness, she's so cute, I'm gonna die. She's so excited. Purple has completely forgotten about why she initially ran up to Fu Hua and ran off merrily with her hefty notebook in tow. Before Fu Hua could call her back, Harmonious Vita had already dashed through the square with a bounce in her step. That works too, yeah. Fu Hua remembered the conversations among the residents. Those conversations about Chang'eng, nestled somewhere between longing and hope, were something she deeply cared about. Although Purple didn't notice... Oh, yeah. So concerned about the ferocious beast that person saw. Remind Orange to pay attention. Purple's celebration goes smoothly. I don't know, I feel like these side quests are almost supposed to take place after the main story. I mean, surely nothing will happen to the small Vitas. There's nothing to worry about. Right? Okay, so the culmination of all the ideas. The afternoon sunlight cast a comforting warmth over the city. Amidst the languid and relaxed atmosphere, a bustling figure. Wait, this is the same opening.
那个女孩是小紫。
Looking in the notebook.
是富华姐姐。
Rush toward Fuhua. Ayaya.
富华姐姐是来找我的吗？有什么我能帮上忙的吗？
小紫，我只是随便走走，而且你看上去好像很忙。这是
今年的庆典灵感哟。这次的庆典依然是由我策划呢。
今年的庆典，这里也有每年固定举办的庆典。
那当然了，富华姐姐。为了庆祝一年又风平浪静、无忧无虑的度过，大家就会聚在广场上，一起开心的庆祝呢。
好像是很有趣的仪式。
因为福华姐姐来我们的城市做客，所以这次我想办个不太一样的新庆典。可是，我只有办旧庆典的思路，完全没有新想法呢。哎，对了，福华姐姐是来自其他地方的人，对吧？既然如此，福华姐姐一定有许多不同于这个城市的新点子呢。
其实我不是很擅长。
求求你啦，福华姐姐，你一定有什么好主意的，对不对？
Yeah, but really, Fuhua should have some memories of celebrations from her home. I mean, at least memories from Shixel. I know she wipes her memory every so often, but she does keep some memories. And then she doesn't wipe them too often. I have an idea. Reflecting on her recent experiences in the city, Fuhua made a new decision.
小紫，不如我们再去一次博物馆，如何？
啊？为什么呀？
Visit the museum again.
那个时候我没有留心，所以我想亲自确认一下。
Oh, is that the thing she had questions about before?
我明白了，福华姐姐一定是要我在展品里找灵感。
那个展品在哪里呢？
It's not going to take me back to the book, right? Man, what's this thing? Here, I can examine this now.
现在没有时间管这个了。
Wait.
啊，这个展柜之前是放什么的来着？
That's where Moriarty was, wasn't it? Now it's empty. Or no, Moriarty wasn't he over there? In the similar looking one? I think the one at the entrance was always empty. I'm not sure.
是这个吗？哎，好像有点不太对。
Is it really gonna make me do the commemoration notebook again? Like, what was the point of branching off to those other things?
找到了。
Yeah, it's this
居
guess.
然是我做的收录集。
Purple spread over in her collection displayed the precious and heartwarming memories it held to Fuhua.
你看这些照片，
这些照片都是我拍的呢。
Look at this photograph.
我知道。但是小紫，你仔细看，大家的表情。
照片里的大家都开心的笑着。
对，这就是我想确认的事。 你很担心大家会厌倦你举办的庆典，所以绞尽脑汁找出更新更奇的花样，给大家带来不同的体验。可是，就算形式固定，大家还是非常开心的享受。
啊，真的，要是我能注意到就好了。没想到大家居然这样期待呢，那我也要多努力才行。
所以，你更应该信心满满的去筹办。如果你还是想为大家带来惊喜，我可以和你一起去城里走走，问问大家的感受和体验，说不定我们能找到理想的灵感和方案。
谢谢你啦，浮华姐姐。
Purple jumped up excitedly and hugged Fu Hua tightly.
那我们再去启明和大家聊一聊，好不好？既然大家非常期待我的庆典，那按照他们的期待去策划，肯定没错。
正是因为小紫有这样的真心，才会得到大家的支持。
浮华姐姐，那我们现在就去吧。
Purple held Fu Hua's hand, her face glowing.
真是个纯真的孩子啊！难得看他这么开心，我也要认认真真帮忙才行。希望这场庆典一切顺利。
No? Huh? Oh, what will happen if there's no good idea? Okay. Yeah, I don't feel like doing that. Purple's happy. Let's keep it that way. Okay. Side story's done. I don't think that other route's gonna add anything useful or interesting. So, finally start chapter 41. Oh snap! Bricio! That's a spoiler. No, this could be like a memory of the past or something. As remembered as if it has happened before. Yeah, so Fu Hua found clues leading Bricio. Oh, right, and then... Well, seems like she actually found her in the end. After having some interference from Vita. Big Vita. I assume she's alive? They're like two people walking abreast. One can see the path ahead, while the other is blind. The fact that the blind is unaware of their blindness can only relieve themselves. Thus, for the person that can see the path ahead, what is their relief?
我这是睡着了吗？
A painted world.
坏笔掉了。头好晕，而且骑士先生也不在这里。
That's sort of like when Vita was interfering with Fu Hua. What's going on here? An unfinished painting.
按现在的进度，剩下的概念原画明天才能完成。但我和丹珠姐姐约定好的日子是今天。这里的草地软软的，像云一样，踩上去很舒服。如果能一直在这样的草地上画画，会是一件很幸福的事情吗？
Glowing, lively painting.
这幅画是什 什么时候画完的呢？
Go find Mr. Knight.
是骑士先生。
Chat with Mr. Knight.
早上好，格雷修。
早上好，骑士先生。
He can
格雷
talk?
修，你的脸色看起来不太好，是不是有哪里不舒服？
我之前有一点点头晕，但现在好多了。
要吃点东西缓缓吗？
Speaking, the towering knight slightly leaned forward and extended his hand toward the girl. To her surprise, his giant hand, gleaming coldly, was holding a delicate wooden food box.
难道骑士先生不在画室，就是为了把早餐带给我吗？
毕竟格雷修昨天说过，睡觉前一定要把画画完。你一旦投入一件事，就很难察觉到周围其他事的变化，所以多半是画到自己睡着了都不知道吧？
对不起，骑士先生，我下次一定会注意。
Bricio, with an apologetic nod, swiftly finished the breakfast Nua had prepared. The satisfying meal revived the exhausted girl, and thus jogged her memory about some important matters.
骑士先生，丹珠姐姐回来了吗？
他这会儿正在处理带回来的粘土矿。
那她有问起我的进度吗？
这倒是没有，因为他根本没想过你会有画不完的可能。看起来，你真的没画完。
明天一定。
那么，为了达成刚刚的那句话，你今天晚上也要继续待在画室。
这个，
格雷修，丹珠不是出版社编辑，你也不是连载漫画的画家，你们现在都只是生活在这片大地上的普通人。
普通人吗？骑士先生，虽然你说的很有道理，但后半句应该只适用于我自己。
或许吧。你不是火种计划和横沙计划的执行者，而作为后辈选择的方舟计划，也在方舟返航后没有继续推进。现在的格雷修，事实上拥有许多个明天，既没有人催促当下，也无需担心未来。
Not the implementer of Project Ember or Project Maluka. Backup option. Didn't proceed after the Ark's return, either. Huh? The Ark's return? Is this a false memory?
所以，你又为什么要着急地说出“明天一定”呢？
As she pondered, a familiar color filled a corner of her vision.
我的习作怎么会出现在这里？
Yeah, it's one of the Vita
先
creatures.
将它们一一回收吧。
Wait. No, that's one of her studies. Yeah, what the heck? Why is this thing so tough?
画里的世界很美，希望你能喜欢。骑士先生，骑士先生，
回收完毕。
For the work, marvelous.
谢谢你，骑士先生。
我们之间不需要这么客气。
不管怎么说，还好有骑士先生帮忙。要是让他们跑到外面去，那可就麻烦了。他们之前一直都被我压在收纳箱的底层， 可能是昨晚整理要交给丹珠姐姐的画稿时，不小心混到外面了。
别担心，就算跑得更外面，也会有人处理。
你是说丹珠姐姐和苍玄姐姐吗？她们不是融合战士，哪怕是习作，应该也会苦恼很久。
你呀，不会又忘了今天是什么日子吧？
骑士先生，难道我还答应过丹珠姐姐什么事吗？
算了，你这段时间一直忙着画画，忘记也是情有可原。不过，要是丹珠待会儿问起来，你可千万别露出一副惊讶的样子哦。
嗯。
这里的风景真好，无论怎么看，应该都不会腻吧？
是啊，
斑驳的树影，粼粼的水光，还有浓淡不一的绿色。啊，那个角度的构图也不错，很值得画下来。小格蕾修需要画纸吗？当然，谢谢你。哦，丹珠姐姐和苍玄姐姐，小格蕾修，我有那么吓人吗？不是的，我只是……丹珠姐姐，很抱歉，之前答应你的原画，我还差一张才能画完。那你画好的原画可以先给我看看吗？这恐怕不行，因为我希望把它们全部拿出来的那篇，能给丹珠姐姐一个很大的惊喜。没关系，没关系，你现在拿出来不也是惊喜吗？可是，小格蕾修，难道你真的忍心看我身怀绝艺，却因为缺少原画支持而无从下手，只能对着我那堆宝贝粘土枯坐到天明吗？你只是单纯想过过眼瘾吧？是又怎么了？我们小格蕾修难得来神州一遭，也不知道什么时候会离开，当然得趁他在的时候留下一些证明我们友谊的东西。如果你请求格蕾修创作的画能够忠实还原大家的形象，起到照片那般的纪念作用，我恐怕不会多说什么。但以大家为原型，肆意添加2次设定，再用容易被这个时代的人类接受的形式编撰神话，你难道不会害羞吗？不会哦，倒不如说我反而很骄傲呢。我们都这么努力了，当然值得出现在神话里啦。不过说到底，那都是后话。要是小格蕾修现在就给我看看原画，我的神话编撰之路也一定会更加顺。姐姐，你干嘛捏我脸？你也收敛一点吧。难道你会在手办没捏好之前让别人看到细节吗？当然会啊，说不定那人还能给我提点建议呢。格蕾修，你别听丹珠乱说，你只需要按照自己的步调画画就好。当然，在这个过程中，不要轻易向我们之外的人赠予画作。关于这点，我希望骑士先生可以多提醒提醒格蕾修。
我会照做。
我怎么觉得姐姐你话里有话呢？这可是经验之谈。要知道，艺术品泛滥不仅会干扰市场，还会让其原本的价值大打折扣。我可不希望格蕾修的画在未来沦落到只能卖出1幅的境地。总之， 闲聊就先到这里。今天再怎么说也是1年1次的先行者集会，理应认真对待。
没错，我们走吧。小格雷修，你看起来很意外呀。
Cabin
我
Sue.
只是没有想到大家会来得这么快。那毕竟是凯文和苏。至于华，他本就在神州行动，回这里一趟当然方便。
Cabin.
好久不见，格雷修。
苏叔叔，凯文叔叔，好久不见。
和去年相比，你似乎长高了一些。
可能是因为在方舟返航后的这1年里，格雷修和我一起去了各种地方吧。
Years since the Ark's return.
梅比乌斯奶奶之前总对我说，虽然我并不喜欢，但运动的确能促进骨骼的生长发育。
I mean, did they send the Ark on like a test run or something? But I thought Grisio was like a last minute thing. Like they were going to send I can't remember his name. But they were gonna send the other boy that's not much older than her. But then they sent Grisio instead. I'm not sure if she insisted on going instead, or... Yeah.
哦，这一点也很适用于凯文呢。我记得梅博士说过，还在上学那会儿，他就最擅长运动。
但凯文实际上并不关心运动能否让自己长高。苏，
啊？
和大部分男生一样，我只是喜欢胜利带给我的感觉，以及在那背后可能收获的关注。
原来是这样，可惜这里没有篮球，不然还能让你凯文叔叔再露两手。
虽然没有篮球，但这一次我带了其他的球。
It was rare for Kevin to crack a joke, and everyone in the room smiled, simply because it was him who had said it. But he didn't mind. He simply placed a translucent crystal ball on the sewn table and wound up the spring on its base. Before long, as the music began to play, the miniature city within the crystal ball came to life, starting a vibrant new day in harmony.
这是我们从避难所偶然找到的东西，伊甸演唱会的纪念品。
May Ethan's music.
把它送给格雷修。
凯文叔叔，我真的能收下它吗？
当然，比起现在的我，它更适合你。
The deep blue in front of the girl suddenly stirred.
在旧时代尚未落幕之际，他，或者他的同类，曾伴我度过许多个难眠的夜晚。那时，只要注视着他，我就能让自己乘着乐声进入这方小小的乐土，并从中寻得片刻安宁。
Oh, I get it. No, they did send her on the Ark. The Ark, I guess, returned. Like, this is the new era. Okay.
但之后的某天，这种能力突然丧失了。
Lost this ability? That goes out of the music. But yeah, it's interesting. So even in the new era, Kevin wasn't as cold as he was at the end there. Hmm.
乐圣不再慰藉精神，反而成为了令我
Well,
难
he
以
still had his
言喻。
comrades back then, or back at this point.
乐圣
Some
其
of
实
them.
并没有改变，真正改变的是我。
The man gently caressed the crystal ball, as if wiping away the minute dust that clung to it. Or perhaps he was bidding a final farewell to those nights when it had been his companion.
格雷修，你是一个纯粹的孩子，这份纯粹会赋予你多变的视角，让你在乐声，在微缩城市中看到我不曾看到，亦不会看到的风景。它让我相信，你就是最适合收下这颗水晶球的人。
可是，
格雷修，这是我和凯文很早就有的打算，只是你刚刚返回地球的那段时间，并不是一个将他送出的好时机。
我不明白，如果讲求好时机，等半年之后格蕾修的生日到了再送，不是更有意义吗？
你说的有道理，但你认为格蕾修会一直在这里生活下去吗？
小格蕾修这么喜欢我们，当然不舍得走啦。对了，华去哪里了？他刚刚不是还在这里和你们一起喝茶的吗？
但他喝到一半便着急的走了，说是想确认一下菜园的情况。
有我打理，菜园能有什么问题？
恐怕就是因为你，华才会不放心吧。
姐姐，你一桶水没抬，一次菜园也没去过，还好意思说我，害不害臊啊？
格蕾修，如果你和骑士先生不嫌麻烦，
好呀，我这就去把华姐姐叫回来。
Listen to Kevin's conversation.
苏，我去年拜托你的那件事情有什么进展吗？
很遗憾，你想看到的那本漫画的结局，已连同他所在的世界一并沉入了海，化作四散的泡影，遍寻不得。
啊，算了，我早该想到，那个世界和我们曾经的文明没什么本质上的不同，我们只是更幸运一点，还拥有续写故事的机会。那么，你之后还发现了什么有意思的世界吗？我是说，有很多动画、漫画、游戏、电影、小说的那种。
倒是有一些。
那太好了，趁华还没回来，不如你让我看两眼。我相信这些世界一定能为我的神话创作提供不少灵感。
Doubt. All right, look for Hua.
骑士先生，我准备好了。
那我们出发吧。
骑士先生，你刚刚为什么一直不说话？
我只是在想一些事情。
哦，
别在意，比起这个，我们现在要把华叫回来，对吧？
找到华姐姐了。
是格蕾修和骑士先生啊。怎么样，你们还适应神州的生活吗？
多亏丹珠姐姐和苍玄姐姐帮忙。
是啊，除了还不太会用筷子之外，一切都很顺利。
骑士先生，华姐姐， 你现在在做什么呢？看起来好像是在播种。
仲春已至，正是播种的好时节。而之前拜托丹珠照料的另一块地，马上就可以收获了。看你的反应，想来也是丹珠自知没有好好打理菜园，这才让你来找我。不过，最近1个多月天气规律，总是在小雨后迎来连续几日的太阳。而分给他种的马兰，本身就是无需太多照料的野菜。说来机会难得，格蕾修，你要试一试播种吗？
我愿意试试。
像这样，用手抓3粒种子，然后轻轻地撒在用棍子做出的小洞里，之后再用脚轻轻踩上去，把土压平。这样既能让种子与土壤贴合得更加紧密，也不至于太用力，使得土壤不够透气。
怀姐姐懂得可真多呀。
其实，这是最原始的播种方式。农活中有很多复杂的技术，我还没有掌握。
可是，怀姐姐已经很厉害了。我记得山上的这间房子，也是怀姐姐画好了设计图，又亲自搭建的吧？
但在你看到的成功背后，我也失败过很多次。这不过是熟能生巧的结果。你应该不知道，在来到烛火之额前，我一直跟着开武馆的父亲生活。那时我接触最多的东西，就是些拳脚功夫。后来父亲生病住了院，我的生活开始向着照顾家人倾斜。在那段时间，我掌握了一些护理技能，也尝试打工赚钱补贴家用。这其中便包括了去工地、农田帮忙。我还记得，父亲总叮嘱我，要我成为一个有前途的人。不管是做学问、从商，亦或从政、从军，人有了本钱才有出路。我当时并不理解他的话，难道继承我们家的武馆就没有前途吗？
爸爸妈妈从来没对我说过这些，他们只让我随心所欲地画画，做一切我想做的事情。这样看，是怀姐姐的爸爸对怀姐姐期望太高了吗？
Hua shook her head gently.
我的父亲读书不多，受过没钱的苦，所以他才不希望未来的我受苦。恒河布兰卡知道自由在末世的珍贵，所以才决定给予你最大的自由。而我们这些播种者之于种子，亦是如此。纵使一切前途未明，也要对播下的每一颗种子负责。
原来如此，这就是火种计划的真正含义吗？
不，
很抱歉，为了今天的午饭，我不得不暂时打断你们的对话。
苍玄，发生什么事了？
也不是什么大事，简单来说，就是我那笨蛋妹妹看漫画入了迷，赖在第二神之剑观测到的世界里不肯出来。虽然苏可以强制中断观测，但那样做也会对他这种普通人的精神造成不可逆的影响。所以我们需要一个人进去把丹珠带出来。考虑到他目前有求于格蕾修，所以就麻烦格蕾修去一趟吧。
The group quickly gathered around Sue.
抱歉，苍雪，丹珠他无视了我的提醒。
没关系，他就是这样。这会儿估计是看到了什么关键情节吧。总之，大家也不用都站在这儿干等。骑士先生可以灵活安排自己的行动。至于华，你负责今天的午饭，我和凯文给你打下手。
With that, Fushi took Hua by one hand and Kevin by the other, and hurried toward the kitchen. Meanwhile, Grisio, guided by Sue, closed her eyes. The wait wasn't long, only a few seconds, and the girl soon sensed an atmosphere that didn't belong to the forest. Ah, flashbang. Something I've been wondering about is that Grisio had, like, a mental wall made by Eponia between her inner self and her outside self. And so she became like a canvas, reflecting the people around her. But here there doesn't really seem to be much or any of that. I wonder if that faded away with Eponia's death, or if the wall is just gone, or if the wall is still there and just hasn't really been brought up again. But I mean, Grisio seems to have more of an opinion on things, I guess.
这里就是丹珠姐姐所在的世界吗？
正如她所期望的那样，这是一个文娱行业十分发达的世界。在这里生活的居民，热衷于一切能满足精神需求的活动。以世界炮的标准来说，他们想象力奇佳，创造力惊人，大多借由小说、漫画、电影的形式传达。其中的某些想法能给人以广泛的启发。
所以，丹珠姐姐才没法抗拒。不过苏叔叔，你已经知道丹珠姐姐在哪里了吗？
是的。接下来我会指引你前往她所在的书店。只不过，在此过程中，你绝不可与这个世界的居民产生联系。诸如交流、助人之类的行为，都会破坏精神投射的平衡，进而强制终止观测。毕竟身在这个世界的你，不是实体。
我明白了。
Observe passerby.
虽然苏叔叔没有催促的意思，但我还是先去找丹珠姐姐吧。
Well, but then why can I observe these guys?
他们好像在聊电影。很早之前，艾丽西亚妹妹也带大家一起拍过电影。这个叔叔的语气很开心，但他的颜色却是一片灰暗，灰色，是我很熟悉的颜色呢。
As Sue mentioned, at the end of the alley there was a uniquely decorated bookstore. However, just as Grisio was about to follow the crowd into it, Sue stopped her.
格雷修，情况有变。想来是丹珠趁我将你的精神投射至此的空档，趁机离开了这里。
丹珠姐姐，居然这么敏锐吗？
她知道我的精力有限，不可能在维持2个人的精神投射的同时，对其中一个人，也就是她的行踪进行严密监控，又同时引导身处别处的另一个人。其实，自第一次先行者集会时，她就玩起了这种猫鼠游戏。
怪不得苍玄姐姐一点也不着急，苏叔叔听起来也乐在其中。
是啊，玩了这么多次，对于丹珠究竟会去什么地方继续看漫画，我也有所预期，只需要一一确认。当然，为节省时间，待你确定具体的目的地后，我会将你直接转移。
Investigate the cat cafe.
苏叔叔，我们去猫咪咖啡厅看一看吧。安静舒适的环境更容易产生灵感。从这点出发， 丹珠姐姐有可能去那里。
好。
After searching the inside the cat cafe, Crisio quickly concluded that Nua hadn't been here. However, another group of curious beings noticed this observer from another world. The girl carefully shifted her steps, trying to leave the circle of cats as gently as possible. Yet her decision to leave without playing with the cats didn't sit well with the cats.
而且，有机会我一定会摸摸你们。
猫儿的性格难以揣测，感知力又比人类强，这也是难以避免的事。所以，我们之后要去哪里呢？
Oh.
当然，为节省
She
时间，
can't pet the cats because she's not
目
physical.
的地后，我会将你直接转移。
We'll check them all. He's probably at the arcade. Investigate the restaurant.
虽然可能性很小，但考虑到丹珠姐姐的性格，
Because.
还是调查一下吧。
This time she still couldn't find Nua and made herself hungry in the process.
为什么精神投射也会？
He's so
看来
precious.
为了早点吃上午饭，我们需要加快脚步了。当然，为节省时间，待你确定具体的目的地后，
Alright,
我会将
investigate
你
the
直接转
arcade.
移。
不知道为什么，我总觉得这里就是丹珠姐姐最有可能来的地方。
上一次猫鼠游戏时，苍玄也和你说了类似的话。至于结果，人流密集的游戏厅足够成为藏匿身形的好去处，却完全不适合阅读。
是我考虑的太
Wait, so
片
it's
面
none
了
of。these locations?
没关系，这只是一场游戏。那么接下来，格雷修想去哪里呢？当然，为节省时间，待你确定具体的目的地后，
Okay, discuss the
我会
current
向你直
situation
接
with
转移
Sue.
苏叔叔，我一直在思考一件事。今年是我第一次参加先行者集会，但在第二神之剑观测到的世界中进行一场猫鼠游戏，却已经有过很多次。所以，我猜丹珠姐姐这次会以进来的人是格蕾修为前提行动。如果有什么既适合阅读，又是格蕾修不会去调查的地方，我想那一定是
School? Bookstore in the beginning. Place that Gristio currently can't access. I mean, they pretty much said it's a place that she can't access, right? Perfect for reading, yet I avoid. Oh, yet I avoid. Not must avoid. Would it be school?
一定是学校。
尽管出入有些麻烦，但丹珠之前也不是没有去过。
Does she avoid school?
我想说的其实是，
Okay. I guess that wasn't it, so a place that she can't access.
丹珠姐姐应该在我目前还不能去的地方，比如
让没成年的孩子去那种地方找你，
Ah,
你可真厉害。这已经不属于针对，绝对算作弊了。
喂喂，你这话我可不能当没听见啊！这叫灵活变通，懂吗？
saying this, Nua landed her chopsticks on a pan-fried tofu before Fusi could, split it in half, and smugly popped one half into her mouth. However, the very next second, the scalding inside of the tofu destroyed her composure.
这里有冷水。
丹珠姐姐，你还好吗？我没事，还好有骑士先生的水，谢谢你啊。
不客气。
还好你方才吃的不多，不然真有烫伤食道的可能。不如我为这盘煎豆腐降一降温。
那未免太粗暴了。总之，大家还是先尝尝我做的面吧，面坨了就不好吃了。至于丹珠，你可以缓一缓再吃。格雷修，你是不是还不擅长用筷子？趁此机会，我来教你吧。只要勤加练习，不出半月就能掌握。
好啊。
The group chatted casually as they ate, and before long, the food on the table was emptied.
哇，好饱好饱，辛苦大家了，待会儿我洗碗。
你还挺有自觉。
那当然，我还要腾桌子喝茶聊天呢。哎，说到这个，小格雷修，帮我画完原画之后，你有什么新的打算吗？我还没想好。哦，如果你是在问我之前的那句“小格雷修这么喜欢我们，当然不舍得走而烦恼”，那我收回。你待在这太虚山和我们一起生活也好，打算继续环球旅行也罢，我们都会支持。对了，方舟是不是还在过去主火之蛾的发射场里呢？
我和凯文重启了维尔威留下的自动修复装置，大概半年之后，方舟就可以恢复到从前的状态了。
Automatic repair system.
无论如何，这都不是一个需要急于做出的决定。你会有很长的时间思考这个问题，别急。
我明白。
The girl replied. Yet a particular thought slipped through her fingers like melting ice, tumbled to the ground, and eventually dissipated into a faint wisp of smoke, fading away in the warm sunlight, as if it had never been born. In the afternoon, Nua succeeded in pestering Grisio to bring out the finished concept artwork. Although she wasn't entirely satisfied with it herself, everyone present praised it quite highly. Regardless, the figure sculpting process started amidst this a tad too lively atmosphere. At dinner, Nua, still not fully content, took it upon herself to perform the story of Jingwei, a myth she wrote. Perhaps it was the alcohol, but her voice, despite sounding tipsy, carried more power and emotion than usual. As she finished the story, before the diverse reactions of the audience, Nua, wearing a beaming smile, fell into Fuxi's embrace. And with that, this day finally came to a close.
骑士先生，你睡了吗？
还没有，怎么了？
我想再问你一个问题。骑士先生，你今天究竟在想什么呢？
虽然和你有关，不过那不是什么很复杂的问题。我只是想知道，格雷修，你今天开心吗？
如果只是这个问题，骑士先生可以直接问我，没必要等到晚上吧。
但只有到了晚上，才算得上一天呢。
好吧，那今天我很开心，就像走在棉花糖上，每一步都很甜。但骑士先生，你并不开心，因为你不开心，所以我现在也没有白天那么开心了。骑士先生，你是不是有什么烦恼？可以和我说说吗？如果你害怕我告诉别人，可以和我拉钩。
谢谢，谢谢你，格雷修。现在有点晚了呢，小孩子不能熬夜。不过，我答应你，等明天到了， 我一定会告诉你我的心里话。
那你不能食言哦。
Well, that's ominous. Filled with anticipation for tomorrow, the girl quietly clasped the knight's pinky and fell fast asleep. Thus, a new day began. But really? Hmm.
我这是睡着了吗？坏笔掉了。
Thus a new day began. But really?
头好晕。
格雷修，对不起，是我来晚了。
没关系，骑士先生，我只是摔了一下，不用担心。
有伤到哪里吗？
没有。
那就好。你现在还头晕吗？要不要先吃点东西？
As he spoke, the tall knight, as if by magic, pulled out a dainty wooden food box from behind him.
这是丹珠托我带来的早餐。他看你一上午都没离开画室，就猜到你肯定是昨晚熬夜画画了。
对不起，我下次不会这样了。
你呀，算了，还是先吃饭吧。
好。
The moment the food box was opened, the delightful aroma of the food instantly filled the air. Water, pickle, and steaming rice porridge. A simple yet nourishing breakfast, the perfect source of morning energy. Typically, no one would say no to this carefully prepared breakfast. However, she found it extremely difficult to swallow, with waves of nausea creeping in, as if she had had this same meal many times in a row.
格雷修，如果你实在没胃口，只吃一点，垫垫肚子就好。
没关系，我吃慢一点，总能吃完。丹珠姐姐明明那么忙，每天还是早早起床，给苍玄姐姐和我做早餐。如果我没吃完，丹珠姐姐一定会把问题揽在自己身上。
唉，可惜我不能帮你一起吃。
这可说不准哦。
The girl flashed a bright smile at the knight, before resuming her struggle with the seemingly bottomless bowl of rice porridge.
对了，骑士先生，我记得今天应该是先行者集会吧？
确实是这样，没错。我还以为你会忘了。
其实，我也是刚刚才想起这件事，就像是在米粥里面突然吃到了一片丹珠姐姐不小心放进去的菜叶，而且我昨晚熬夜就是为了能在今天拿出一些足够让丹珠姐姐开始制作手办的原画。
没关系，你的速度已经很快了。丹珠也正是知道这点，才从来都没有催过你。
但我不能当一个不守信的人。无论如何，明天我一定要画完最后一张，在不熬夜的情况下。
要是你又熬夜了呢？
那我就再多画一天好了。骑士先生，我吃完了。
如果你准备好了，那我们就出发吧。
Cages under the sky. Observe the crate. Finished paintings were stacked on top of the crate, while studies were stacked on the bottom.
2张，8张，还差1张就画完了。最近都没怎么练笔，等忙完这段时间，一定要补回来。
The painting. An unfinished painting.
我要快点画完才行。
Glowing, lively painting.
为什么会有种陌生的感觉？奇怪，我的习作怎么会出现在这里？
不要紧，先将它回收吧。
这些颜料要心怀感激的收下哦。呀呀，嘿，哼，啊，骑士先生，啊啊，哼，呀，哼，哼，哼，呀呀，骑士先生，啊，哼，嘿，画笔臣服于我。
回收完毕。
骑士先生，骑士先生，我记得习作明明都被我压在底层，可为什么他们还是到处乱跑呢？
应该是箱子本身的问题吧。这一年，他跟着我们去了不少地方。也许比起安静的环境，他更怀念我们跋山涉水的日子呢。
说的也是。
Clearly in a time loop. But what does Mr. Knight have to do with it? And why are we in a time loop? There's that narrator, ... Does Vita have something to do with this?
Oh. 阳光好刺眼，小格雷兄。丹珠姐姐、苍玄姐姐，早上好。再过一会儿可就到中午了，小格雷兄，你不会刚刚才起床吧？
是这样的，格蕾修的习作突然跑到了画室走廊，我们回收它用了一点时间。
原来是这样，我还以为是我今天做的早餐让你难以下咽呢。绝对没有。所以，丹珠姐姐、苍玄姐姐，你们在外面有发现其他习作吗？
没有，就算他们都跑到画室之外，也不用担心。
华苏还有凯文都在石桌那边喝茶呢，不会有什么事啦。那我就放心了。等等，小格雷兄，你也太平静了吧？我记得你都快1年没见到凯文和苏了。刚来太虚山那会儿，华又刚好下山处理崩坏兽。可能是因为我昨天晚上就有了预感。
Right, it must be a hunch.
丹珠，既然大家都已经来了，不如我和格蕾修先去菜园摘点菜吧。这样待会儿做午饭的时候，也就不用麻烦大家再跑一趟了。
有道理，那拜托你们啦。骑士先生，华姐姐现在应该不在菜园吧？
丹珠刚刚才说过，她在石桌那边喝茶。不过，你为什么突然问这个问题？
我也不知道。
but in fact, Hua was at the vegetable garden. Almost as if he had been there
居然真的
before.
是花姐姐。
格雷修，骑士先生，好久不见。
好久不见，花姐姐，你之前不是还在和苏叔叔、凯文叔叔一起喝茶吗？为什么会来菜园？
因为我突然想起来，自己还没有确认过菜园的情况，再加上待会儿要做午饭，所以才想着临时过来一趟。怎么，是丹珠让你来找我吗？
骑士先生只是觉得我们可以先来菜园摘点菜，这样待会准备午饭的时候就不用多跑一趟了。
这算是一种默契吗？
当然算啦。
I can't go back that far.
对了，既然你刚好在这儿，要试一试播种吗？
好，
格雷修，我能不能问你一个问题？
哦，
我不在的时候，都是你在打理菜园吗？
不是丹珠姐姐，虽然她也没来过几次。
这样看，你或许很有种地的天赋，我甚至还没有教你，你就已经做得相当不错了。所以，这也是因为你看穿了种地的本质吗？就像那些颜色一样。还记得吗？很早之前的某段时间，你会沾染上和你相处超过一定时间的人的颜色，进而在言谈举止上成为那个
You
人。
adopt the colors.
花姐姐，我现在不会了，我保证。
你误会了，格雷修。我只是想说，那个时候，我真的很感谢你。毕竟沾染颜色的前提，就是洞见那个人自己都难以察觉的本质。
Hua gently flattened the damp soil underfoot and let out a soft sigh.
澳洲的那场大火止息后，我一度陷入了自我怀疑。纵然大家眼中的我和平时并无二致，但我却在竭力思索，自己作为一而再、再而三的幸存者，能为所有不幸的逝者做到些什么。我那时就清楚，这种过度反思没有任何积极意义。可我那时也明白，他们是我当时能够活下去的唯一动力。直到某一天，我遇见了成为我的你，你让我想起了。我想知道自己能做什么。
你会有一辈子时间思考这个问题，别急。
自己能做到什么，和自己能为谁做到什么，事实上拥有截然不同的意义。而且，为了谁而行动，我们即使倾尽全力去做，到头来也还是无法做到。毕竟，我们已然身处当下，却不可避免地属于过去。纵然我们能陪伴现在的人类走过很长的岁月，但谁又能断言，我们就是他们中的一员呢？
花姐姐，你似乎不太想和这个时代的人有过多联系。
我也说不清楚，但和你们在一起的时刻，就是我最开心、最放松的时刻。既然如此，此时此刻的我，就仍然属于过去，而且这也没有什么不好。
我也是。
很抱歉，为了今天的午饭，我不得不暂时打断你们的对话。
哦，苍玄姐姐，是不是丹珠姐姐出事了？
But yeah, so I guess for whatever reason, Grisio doesn't copy other people anymore.
说到出事，大家都无一例外的只能想到我那笨蛋妹妹呢。
抱歉。
别，她才该说抱歉。不过，既然葛磊修猜得这么准，不如就麻烦你待会儿带她出来吧。
Group quickly gathered around Sue. Well, she briefly explained what had happened and assigned tasks to everyone present.
骑士先生可以灵活安排自己的行动。至于华，你负责今天的午饭，我和凯文给你打下手。
既然如此，可以让我陪着格雷修吗？
当然。
这里看上去像是一个文娱行业十分发达的世界，大家都在谈论游戏、漫画、电影之类的话题。
你很敏锐，格雷修。如你所见，这也是丹珠不愿离开的原因。总之，机会难得。如果你们感兴趣，也可以了解一下这个世界的风貌。只要在此过程中，不与这个世界的人们产生交集即可。
格雷修，苏说的有道理，我们难得来一趟，是可以多了解了解其他世界的情况。
好。总觉得骑士先生才是那个最乐在其中的人，不然你也不会主动要求陪我了。
I can only observe these guys.
喂，是我必须要跟你分享一件事。就在刚刚，我收到了一封信，那信里是这么说的：您笔下的尤里安，虽然是虚构的角色，却带给了我无比真实的情绪体验。只是看着他在加尔乌斯的冒险，我就觉得热血沸腾，生活充满了干劲。而在那些等不到您更新的日子，我更是抓耳挠腮，坐卧不宁。我知道自己不该随意打探您的生活，可无论如何，我都真切的希望你能将这个伟大的故事继续写下去。你听见我刚刚说的话了吗？居然真的有人在等我更新。可这样，我不就更难以放弃写作了吗？
格雷修，你认为这个叔叔还会坚持写作吗？
对这个灰灰的叔叔来说，这封信只是虚假的希望。但也因为这封信，灰叔叔的世界里多了一抹开心的橙色。尽管橙色本身非常渺小，随时都有可能熄灭。
所以你的答案是，他会放弃？
骑士先生，就算是熄灭的颜色，也可以再度燃起。华姐姐他们此刻在做的就是这样的事。而且，我不认为灰色就代表放弃。毕竟，那些拥抱过单调灰色的人，往往也是最能看见世间多彩的人。就像，只有画过素描，才能更好地掌握颜料。
不错的答案。那么，需要我告诉你他之后的事情吗？
不用啦，苏叔叔，我相信他。
血雨剑也太好看了吧！不得不说，韦老师真是个天才。你终于把它补完了，快跟我说说你的感受。我印象最深刻，也是最难以释怀的地方，就是整部影片的最后一个长镜头。主屋内，小叶痴望着阿冰那柄从不离身的断剑，没有言语，没有流泪，仿佛时间停滞，思绪抽离。伴随这种沉默，窗外细碎的雨声反而愈发清晰。到这里，影片就结束了。为了带回所谓的希望，呆子阿冰向厨娘小叶撒了此生唯一一个谎。 小叶这么精明的人，却还是信了。虽然这个故事很完整，也很美丽，但我不能接受这样的结局。我决定了，我要给阿斌和小叶一个美好的结局。哎，这么快？我知道，血与剑不乏热情粉丝的2次创作，可我心里的结局，直到现在也没有人写出来。
既然没有人能写出自己期望中的故事，那就自己创造嘛。这一点和丹珠姐姐很像呢。
不是为了谁而行动，而是想看看自己能做到什么。就是这种纯粹的动机，才会让丹珠每一天都充满干劲吧。
可惜他没听见你们这番话，不然我们说不定可以早点吃上午饭。
Alright, what about these kids?
你在画什么呀？
我在画蓝天之上的世界。
除了碰不到的小光点，那里什么都没有。比起那些，还是画大海里的世界更有意思。
可是，在船驶入大海之前，也没有人知道海里有鱼和珊瑚吧？所以，天空之上到底有什么呢？
The young girl recalled something that happened so very long ago. For almost all the time the ark sailed, she followed Vilvi's instructions and slept soundly in the small, secure dormancy capsule. It was because of this that every time she woke up, she would stand by the window with the best view, painting the world in her eyes with immense anticipation. However, for the girl's question, she didn't have the answer herself either. Indeed, despite her enduring enthusiasm, she had to acknowledge that throughout the lengthy navigation, each of her paintings had depicted either the vast expanse of darkness or the tiny stars. And they were all no different from the previous one, and the one before that. She hadn't seen big and soft clouds or played games with gentle swans, diligent hedgehogs, and crabs made of candy. She simply stood by the window, imagining a world among the starlight.
所以，天空之上到底有什么呢？这是大家现在仍在探索的问题。我还记得，维尔薇姐姐曾经半开玩笑地说过，如果登上这艘船，你就会有画不完的素材。可当我说想代替科斯摩执行方舟计划时，他又立刻变换了态度。
He didn't really want to go.
因为他知道，再多的星星也无法点亮宇宙，再巧的画笔也同样难及真实。他能做的，就是对那时的我，隐瞒这个孩子们无法理解的真相。但现在，我已经有了自己的答案。它或许幼稚，或许天真，但我想说给你听，你愿意吗？我愿意。
As expected, I returned here, the corridor outside the studio. In my right hand, there was the wooden food box that Nua asked me to bring to Grisio. Oh, the knight.
看来，那个一直在诱发循环现象的东西，
Yeah,
还是没有引
he's
来他的极限。
aware of the time loop. That's why he's so surprised when she remembers things or when something new happens. I wonder if all the other paintings have, like, started going crazy and he's like the only sane one left or something. That would explain why they're attacking.
不过，我和格雷修多少让他离极限更近了一点。继续努力吧。
I pumped myself up and started reviewing the events of the previous day.
上一个今天，因为吃饭花了不少时间，所以我没有让格蕾修去见凯文和苏，而是直接找到了华。因为格蕾修事实上早就学会了播种，华会因此想起自己的往事，并给予格蕾修新的思考。在紧随其后的猫鼠游戏里，我主动提议让格蕾修观察世界。在我们听完小男孩和小女孩的对话之后，今天就似乎因为格蕾修产生了某种与幕后力量相悖的想法而重启。虽然这是重启速度最快的一次，但我也不忍心再看格蕾修皱着脸吃饭了。果然还是装成不小心打翻食盒，只剩了一杯水吧。如果是这样，今天就又能按部就班地推进了。
But in the end, whether it was business as usual or as something different, it didn't make much difference to me. Because the Grisio I know is naturally positive, and as reluctant as she is to leave this place, he will always look forward to tomorrow and the days beyond after a little guidance. If you want to draw a crab, you need to draw the waves and the beach first. If you want to find a door to the exit the cycle, you must first find a key that symbolizes hope, and a heart that's determined enough. As her painting, I'm afraid I don't have something as precious as a heart, and can only hold on tight to my key. But somehow, as I watched again and again, the colors in front of me became increasingly vivid, as if I had become a painter like Grisio. The colors spoke to me of their temperatures, tastes, and moods, intertwined into one leaping note after another, kissed and hugged my armor, and sometimes danced around my fingers. I didn't know if this was a chain reaction from that night, or a gift secretly given to me by a sweet girl. The only thing I knew was that, just as she hoped for my happiness, I also wished for her to find genuine happiness. However, reality often seemed to have a penchant for showering everyone with a cold reality check when things were looking up. The girl who always greeted me with a smile. Today, she didn't wake up. Bruh. Outside the repeating dream, the forbidden ground of Phosphorus and Hesperus. Okay, so now we're back with Fuhua. Reflecting on all the events that had transpired on her journey, she couldn't help but release a sigh. In her career as a detective, she had grown accustomed to surprises and unexpected turns, and her current experiences were no exception. During her travels, she had found herself in a foreign world due to a peculiar space warp, and with the assistance of the enthusiastic representatives, she had stumbled upon the Ark, which had lost contact with Earth a millennium. In the end, after getting rid of the radiant mist and the mysterious being that sought to take over her body, she finally met the enforcer of Project Ark, Grisio. Thankfully, the dormancy capsule remained functional, and Grisio within it continued to sleep soundly. But the most challenging part... Oh, yeah. It's Fuhua speaking.
休眠舱外部的控制面板失灵，强行破坏休眠舱舱壁，又难免会伤到里面的格蕾修。也就是说，此时此刻，我必须要在方舟内部找到另一种安全开启休眠舱的方式。
Having determined her next step, he didn't rush into action. In fact, she was searching within the vast sea of memories for recollections related to the day when the miracle happened.
以上就是方舟计划的全部，还有人有疑问吗？很好，既然执行者本人没有疑问，那我们就此散会吧。
等等，魏小薇，针对方舟计划可以做到的事，这个展示文档有着非常详尽的叙述。但对这一计划中最重要的部分， 也就是执行人应该去做什么，你却语焉不详，为什么？
啊，我理解你的担忧，但老实说，这部分的确不需要解释。在我看来，只要具备正常的逻辑认知能力和颜色识别能力，谁都可以成为方舟计划的执行者。
Alright, I'm back. Normal, logical, and cognitive abilities and color recognition. Okay.
在设计之初，我就尽可能简化了方舟内部复杂的操作系统。按下红色的1号按钮，方舟就能起飞；按下绿色的1号按钮，就能开启休眠舱。瞧，这一点也不难，对吧？当然，如果科斯摩本人觉得不够有趣，也可以从傻瓜模式切换为专业模式。
Expert mode。
不仅如此，我还提前考虑了所有方舟航行期间可能遭遇的意外情况，分别编写了各种门类的便携说明书，以及搭配了人工智能的疑难解答系统。
便携说明书，就是维尔薇姐找我录音的那个？
你指的是最先进的工程器材之本世纪最伟大的工程师倾其大半生心血所编纂的使用说明书，那只是其中的一小部分。不过你说的没错。总而言之，像格蕾修这般大的孩子，经过10分钟的培训，也足以成为方舟的乘客。或许这个例子不太恰当，不过这就是我对于执行部分的全部说明。
根据维尔维当时的描述，我应该优先寻找能启用疑难解答系统的控制台。毕竟，便携说明书更可能被格蕾修随身携带。好，出发吧。
Scout the Ark.
这个控制台和之前在光雾里发现的控制台一模一样，但那时我是借助小 V 的力量才得以调出内部的信息。现在算了，想再多也无济于事，先试试看吧。
正在进行面部识别，请稍后。来访者为火种计划执行者华，已具备访问权限，正在唤出控制面板。
等等，我本来就拥有访问方舟系统的权限。
She suddenly remembered her recent conversation with V regarding the bug.
不开玩笑啦。简单来说，你眼中的迷雾只是幻觉为真实拉上的帷幕。当然，幻觉的呈现形式也和你本人密切相关。至于控制台，它本来就是现实中的控制台，是帷幕百密一疏的破绽，所以我才叫它漏洞。很好理解吧？
也就是说，小 V 的帮助其实从头到尾都不重要，是我那时的注意都集中于漏洞，忽视了小 V 话语中的关键。控制台本来就是现实中的控制台，才给了他可乘之机。事已至此，还是先看看控制台能做些什么吧。
This process didn't take much time. As Vilvi mentioned, the complex internal operating systems of the Ark have been significantly simplified. Therefore, the info displayed on the screen right now was only a few recommended options represented by simple numbers.
就是这个。
Troubleshoot.
请以提问开头，说出你的问题，我会尽力解答。
提问：在休眠舱外部的控制面板失灵的情况下，还有什么办法能打开休眠舱吗？
反问：你的最终目的是唤醒休眠舱内的驾驶员吗？
是的。
那么， 请你做好驾驶员在出舱后仍无法苏醒的心理准备。补充说明，驾驶员此次休眠已达561397天，在此期间，由于方舟始终处于着陆状态，系统曾多次尝试唤醒驾驶员，但均告失败。
So why hasn't she been waking up? Let's see. 561,397. Holy shit. He's been asleep for 1,538 years.
或许，他的精神已经永远在身体中休眠。或许，
我不需要这些或许，告诉我打开休眠舱的方法就好。
如果你做好了心理准备，请前往回廊尽头的功能系统操作台，切断休眠舱与辅助功能系统的连接。这样做，休眠舱就会停止自身的全部模块，并强制开启舱门。
Even though she knew the answer now, Fuhua just stood there staring at the ground, frozen in silence for almost 3 minutes. She knew the worst-case scenario that might happen, a total mental breakdown. Once something like that happened, there'd be no turning back. Whether it's the Hersher of sentience or the Hersher of finality, they'd all prove unhelpful. After all, it's like how time can empower gentle breezes and dripping water to gradually reshape even the toughest rocks. But the bits that got carried away would vanish without a trace, never to return again in this world.
不对，如今的状况未免太可疑了。
Access the monitoring system of the Ark's gene bank.
从监控画面来看，基因库完好无损，但标志着基因库正常运转的指示灯没有亮起。提问：方舟的功能系统出现问题了吗？
检测到疑问，即将进行解答。方舟当前功能效率为18.7%，功能效率与昨日相比下降了0.46%。建议立刻开启原位资源采集系统，或暂停休眠舱的使用。
Current power efficiency 18.7%, decreased by 0.46% in 1 day. Why is it decreasing faster now?
为什么是休眠舱？
休眠舱是方舟当前耗能最大的设备，目前方舟主发动机下落不明，如不加以限制，辅助功能系统的能量储备最快将在数年内耗尽。
主发动机下落不明，也就是说，相当于一直在使用备用电池吗？但以方舟的结构来说，主发动机为什么会？不对，这不是重点。如果基因库无法正常运转，是因为方舟当前功能不足，那么来自那个时代的所有基因样本，岂不是？
检测到错误，即将进行纠正。基因库内存放的3844套动植物基因资源，216组人类基因样本，已全部投入使用。
这。
In an instant, a dreadful feeling gripped her. She was gasping for air, yet still attempting to use her wits to shake it off.
提问：让基因库投入使用的人是谁？
是方舟计划执行者格蕾修。
那么，监控系统有记录下当时的画面吗？
很遗憾，在监控系统漫长的运行过程中，当年的影像已被完全覆盖，无法调取。不过，我可以为你提供方舟起航以来的全部航行日志，它与影像记录的储存原理不同，或许能为你提供更多信息。
谢谢。那么，请为我展示。
As she replayed the scene in her mind, she did her best to rattle off the ID numbers in the right order, from those recent navigation logs she'd skimmed through in the bug. What surprised her was that the system's recorded logs matched Vi's presentation down to the last detail. Or V's?
所以，其实只有2种可能：其一，小 V 杜撰了这些历史，并让一切在他离开后仍然生效。这听上去似乎过于复杂。其二，小 V 根本没有撒谎，他只是将系统记录下的信息原原本本的呈现了出来。无论格蕾修在方舟坠落时遭遇了什么，最终的结果都是他毫发无伤的沉睡于休眠舱。但基因库内的基因样本已全部投入使用，也是不争的事实。假设开启基因库的人真是格蕾修，从那一刻起，他就绝无理由继续休眠。所以，最有可能的情况，就是某人在格蕾修休眠期间盗取了他的权限，甚至那个人就是让格蕾修困于休眠舱的罪魁祸首。
At this point, the images of 2 individuals suddenly flashed through her mind. V, who had a deep understanding of the Forbidden Area, and that woman who had always appeared in Vita's memories, but had never actually shown up.
不过，无论罪魁祸首是谁，那个人对格蕾修的态度都具有诸多难解之处。
It might have been Vita working under Sa, or it might have been Sa directly. I was wondering how exactly there was a civilization here when Sa seemed to have so much trouble restarting her civilization.
比如，为什么对方要让格蕾修一直处于休眠状态？当然，这值得庆幸。毕竟从一般犯罪的角度来说，
Access the monitoring system of the Ark's corridor. Oops. The moment Fuhua tapped the screen, she immediately felt a subtle vibration. There was definitely something that had fallen deep within the corridor due to it. Yet the screen itself remained unchanged.
回廊的监控系统看来是坏了。至于刚刚的声响，去确认一下吧。
Deja vu. Huh?
这碎片，我似乎在哪里见过。难道说？
富华姐，我们或许应该最先向你介绍这件展品，毕竟整座弗洛斯城都建立在它的基础上。这并不是普通的碎石，而是一枚创造新生的流星碎片。
那是一段弗洛斯城人尽皆知的历史。
如果方舟的碎片就是 V 他们口中创造新生的碎片，那启明，也就是弗洛斯，就必然是方舟播种后的产物。
Her recent hunch had just been proven right, but her current mood was far from being at ease. The truth had now put the one she least wanted to suspect in the spotlight, awaiting judgment.
这么说来，代理人究竟是指什么？
代理人就是代理人啊，我们要承担城市的公共职能，并且为之负责。
所以，是代理其他市民的意思吗？
这么说倒也没错。这座城市的历史可以追溯到最初的创世神话，我们可不能让这样悠久的文明断绝呀。
现在想来 ，V 他们虽然对城市与工作满腔热忱，却对自己究竟在代替何人管理城市闭口不谈。与此同时， 这个人对代理人们的态度也十分怪异。他愿意给予代理人权限的象征——钥匙，却不允许他们利用钥匙进入禁地，探查方舟。也就是说，他不希望 V 他们知晓禁地里的一切，特别是方舟和格里修的存在。但换一个角度来想，既然格里修就在这里，原封不动，那个人真的害怕代理人们知道城市起源的真相吗？算了，与其在这里琢磨，不如回去之后直接问一下小光和小程吧。现在还剩最后一个调查选项。
Access the monitoring system of the bedroom.
等等，为什么卧室里也有监控？
检测到疑问，即将进行解答。方舟仅有1名驾驶员，一旦此人出现健康问题，而系统没能及时反应并做出干预，后果将不堪设想。在方舟各处布设监控系统，本质上都是为了避免此类情况发生。
我明白了，感谢你的说明。不过，你真的确定方舟在第2次起航后，驾驶员仍然仅有1人吗？
确定。
那马文又究竟是谁？
方舟航行日志中提及马文的日志有328篇，需要我为你一一调取吗？
Was Marvin the Knight?
不必了。如果可以，能麻烦你帮我找一找会有马文形象的日志吗？
会有马文形象的日志共23篇，正在为您调取。
The moment the 23 paintings lined up in sequence on the screen, Hu Hua was stunned. It wasn't because Marvin's image was It wasn't because Marvin's image was particularly astonishing, or because the emotions conveyed in the paintings were too moving. Grisio was simply documenting everything as it was. It was precisely this raw authenticity that finally made Fu Hua realize a fact that couldn't have been more obvious. From the perspective that was glaringly evident before her, Project Ark might have been the most challenging of all the plans proposed by the previous era. He not only overlooked this fact, but also underestimated Grisio, who had returned with the Ark thousands of years ago and had made the determination to set sail once more.
出发吧。无论如何，我不能让格雷修等待太久。
Off the energy supply. Is the only thing we can do?
那个总是躲在画室画画的女孩，她早就成为了一位了不起的英雄。
Everyone always said that everything started as pure white. It was the case for the light that divided day and night. It was also the case for the cloth where colors would bloom. But why was there only darkness in front of my eyes now?
我这是怎么了？小格雷修，你再不起床，好吃的可都要被我吃完了。小格雷修也想和我一起看漫画，那可太好了，我最喜欢边看边聊啦。谢谢骑士先生。
你要是还想看，下次，我是说，我们还有很多时间呢。
这是什么？
格雷修，你到底怎么了？格雷修，你筷子用的真好。
哎，难不成小格雷修偷偷练习了一晚上，就是为了在今天露一手？
少了你，今年的猫鼠游戏可就办不成了。
你是什么侦探吗？来的也太快了吧！我才看了10来页呢。
抱歉，这可能是我的直觉吧。直觉。
格雷修，格雷修，
骑士先生，你在那里吗？
格雷修，你今天开心吗？
我很开心，就像走在棉花糖上，每一步都很甜。希望明天也能像今天一样开心。
The moment she merged into that ball of light, he felt much lighter, like there was some intangible power gently holding her body and lifting her forward. Again and again, black mist would seep into the light during this process and steal her most precious treasure, memories, before hiding somewhere she couldn't go. But this time, the black mist never came. The fluffy light kept carrying her forward, swimming into the pitch-black night. There she saw the memories stolen by the black mist. They had formed multicolored memory clouds, raining emotion bubbles with various smells. Some of the bubbles made people happy, some annoyed, and some upset. But most of them somehow made one lonely. At the end of her journey, she came across a little crab that was able to speak. Why leave? The little crab held up its pincers that were made of candy and waved them at her. Weren't you happy there? After some serious contemplation, she answered, Before I leave, I can't know whether I would be happy outside. But if I only stop because of potential sadness along the way, I will definitely miss out on all the happiness in this world. Bon voyage, then. The little crab nodded before retreating into the night. Meanwhile, she continued to swim toward the daylight.
格雷修，你终于醒了。
骑士先生，早上好。
你现在应该说下午好才对。
我睡了这么久吗？
是啊，你真的睡了很久，久到我都有点害怕了。
抱歉，下次我不会这样了。这次是因为很久都没有睡得这么香，所以才久违的赖了床。
居然真是这样，我还以为这是苏为了安慰我才编出来的善意谎言呢。
苏叔叔不会这样啦，倒是骑士先生一直以来都把自己绷得太紧了。
或许是吧。对了，先别说我了，你感觉如何？
我现在感觉很好，说不定最后一张原画今晚就能画完呢。
The knight paused, then poked her forehead with the top of his finger.
小孩子不能熬夜。
我明白，骑士先生，但格蕾修，他早就不是小孩子了。
Right at that moment, the knight suddenly found that something had long changed quietly in a place that had escaped his attention. But he didn't have time to ponder. Fabrizio had grasped his cold iron hands with an expression he had never seen before.
骑士先生，那些你没办法对我挑明的真相，我已经想起了一些。 虽然肯定没有你记得的今天多，但这一次，我想和你一起努力。
For a moment, the knight fell silent. He could feel some kind of gentle current that was long left behind, getting mixed in the paint that formed him. A painting doesn't have something as precious as a heart, it told itself. Then why did the colors that had reflected in its eyes become silent, and even somewhat bitter just now?
骑士先生，这种时候要开心一点，好吗？而且，我们已经成功一半了。骑士先生，在过去，每当我产生想要离开的想法时，这一天都不允许我和大家告别。他会强行中断一切，再把我拉回原点。但现在，不知道为什么，他并没有这么做。所以，这反而是一次难得的好机会，对吧？
对。
那么，就由我去做到这一点吧。
你不需要我陪你一起吗？
As usual, it hinted at something, and anticipated an answer somewhere deep down.
不用啦，我偶尔也要勇敢一回呢。
This is fine, it told itself. It was true, as Grisio said, that she wasn't a child anymore. Yet as her figure receded, an image rapidly unfurled before the knight's eyes. It was a picture scroll that dated back thousands of years. Despite its dullness, it still contained the strokes and emotions, all too familiar to the knight. Perhaps the scroll had always been here, and it was merely because of the choice she and it both made that it returned to reality.
“华姐姐，
格蕾修，怎么样？这一觉睡得还好吗？
这应该是我睡得最好的一觉了。
你这一睡，算是把骑士先生给吓坏了。连丹珠也趁此机会，对回来时衣衫破了几处的我，好好说教了一番。无论如何，在照顾自己这方面，我们彼此都需要更加注意，不能总是让那些关心我们的人担心。
哼，我明白了。说到这个，华姐姐，我可不可以考你一个问题？
当然可以。
好，那我问了。在休眠舱睡觉的时候，我总是会把华姐姐以前送我的玉佩戴上。你猜，这是为什么？
因为你认为它能保佑你这一趟旅途平平安安。
对了一半。
那么，是这块玉佩给了你安全感吗？就像过去，你总喜欢把大家送你的礼物分门别类地堆在床上，打造自己的专属空间那样。
不过，还有最重要的一点，华姐姐没能猜出来。我选择戴上它，是因为它和华姐姐一样，总是暖暖的。哪怕进入休眠，这份温度也会不断提醒我，让我知道我仍在梦里。但现在，哪怕我已经意识到这是我创造的梦境，却仍旧没有感受到玉佩的温度。这就说明，外面很可能已经发生了什么糟糕的事情。
所以这里的一切都是你的梦，而我也是你梦中的花。果然， 是这样的。
对不起，华姐姐。
为什么要说对不起？你是觉得不应该告诉我真相吗？
不，我反而觉得自己应该更早一点告诉你，这样你就不用在这里一直陪着我，不断重复这一天了。
你错了，格雷秀。无论你问我多少次，恐怕我的回答都不会改变。和你们在一起的时刻，就是我最开心、最放松的时刻。
我也是啊，华姐姐。接下来就该找丹珠姐姐了。不过，就算我不去找她，她也会急着来找我的吧？丹珠姐姐，苍玄姐姐，
小格雷修。
Before Grisio had the chance to explain the reason for her being here, he was already in Nua's arms.
小格雷修，这次是我考虑不周，一口气拜托你画了这么多张画。虽然我真的非常期待那些画，但我也不希望看到今天的事再次出现。
格雷修，丹珠她因为这件事自责了一个上午，但好在你真的只是因为太累了，才睡了这么长的时间，不然今天熬夜的人可能又要换一个了。
抱歉，让大家担心了。别这么说，人没事比什么都好。不过看小格雷修的样子，似乎还有别的话想说。
我猜和你之后的打算有关。
姐姐们猜对了。我要和骑士先生一起离开这里，因为这里只是我的一场梦。苍玄，你怎么看？
格雷修不会说谎，不如说，当他说出这件事时，我感到很欣慰。
苍玄姐姐，
不过，既然你意识到了这里是梦境，我们这些依托想象而生的人，应该过不了多久就会重新融入你的记忆，而在那之前，或许梦境之外的我已经得到了答案，但此刻的我对它依然一无所知。丹珠，创作神话对你而言到底意味着什么？
我还以为是什么大事呢，原来你一直想问的就是这个呀。
就是因为它并不重要，所以我才会一直拖到现在吗？
好吧，既然姐姐你突然这么认真，那我也不能敷衍了事。
Thus, with her gaze fixated on the lotus floating in the pool, Nua pondered in silence for several minutes, until the lotus leaves swayed softly from the caress of the breeze.
姐姐，我们毕竟是普通人，在新的文明刚刚诞生的现在，能活到100岁都算奇迹了。这100年对于文明来说当然算不上什么，但对于我们自己，却又足够漫长。你也知道，我不像华那样有责任心，无论过去或未来，我都不打算让他们影响我的生活。要是有选择，我肯定不会接受一份贯彻始终、没有物质回报，还要全凭意志和信念去推动的工作。顺带一问，你会吗？
如果这事儿有得选，谁会啊？
所以，当我终于意识到这件事的时候，就产生了一个想法：既然坚持如此困难，那当然要创造一个能够让大家快快乐乐坚持下去的环境呀！我要扭曲所有未来人的意志，让他们将我们曾经的一切传承下去。我不仅要让先行者们的努力被所有人称颂， 还要让那些人在遥远的未来能够自己创造出我最喜欢的东西。无论手办、漫画、小说还是游戏，我都要让他们在文明中永远存在，成为所有人的不朽丰碑。这就是我创作一切的起点，也是先行者对我而言的意义。
还真是自我，不过倒也不坏。
那当然，哪怕时间过去了3000年、4000年、5000年，我的神话也一样会烙印在这片大地之上。而终有一天，他们会知道，天海并非幻想，如日不无可能。至于他们究竟会不会做得更好，
格雷修，就拜托那时的你再画一幅画，来告诉我们吧。
然后是凯文叔叔和苏叔叔。
And moments like these, the bittersweet goodbyes, always get me.
格雷修，好久不见。
好久不见，凯文叔叔、苏叔叔。
真想不到，我们才刚刚见面，就又要彼此分别了。
苏叔叔，这也是你的能力吗？
与能力无关，你的眼神已告诉了我一切。它没有半分迷惘，饱含对未来的憧憬，一如你去年决定离开我们的暂居地，独自旅行时一样。
那段时间，我真的很感谢苏叔叔和凯文叔叔的照顾，当然，现在也是。
如果说照顾，恐怕还谈不上。毕竟除了一个稍显简陋的房间，一段并不长久的陪伴，以及一个又一个旧有的结局，我们什么都没能为你留下，格雷修。
凯文叔叔。
事实上，在那个阳光灿烂的午后，是你自己走出了过去在你灵魂中投下的阴影。尽管尚未融入陌生而崭新的世界，尽管尚不知晓未来当何去何从，但你已不会为悲伤和痛苦激流脚步，亦不会为瞬息欢愉久期幻梦。对我而言，这倒属于能力的范畴。不过即便是幻梦，只要梦者有心，那一缕连接虚实的丝线便不会轻易断去。
是啊，他一直都在那里。
最后，就剩我们了，骑士先生。
Oh dang.
已经足够了，夫人，小羊。接下来就交给我和骑士先生吧。
Find Mr. Knight.
骑士先生，我回来了。
欢迎回来，格雷修。你的告别还顺利吗？
很顺利，大家都已经消失了。
这还真是前所未有的情况。
说不定这才是刚刚开始呢。骑士先生，你还记得我们究竟是怎么来到这一天的吗？
我记得，在方舟返航之后，我们先是与凯文、苏一同生活了1个月，紧接着，我们进行了长达1年的旅行。在途经神州时，偶遇丹珠和苍玄，并接受了他们2人的邀请，来到太虚山小住了一段时间。在这期间，一定发生了什么，才让你我陷入了无法逃离的今天。
但这并不是事情的真相。在和大家一一告别之后，我想起了更多关于今天的细节，也终于能够理解，究竟是什么造就了今天。现实中的格蕾修，在离开太虚山前就明确了未来的方向。他也真的在不久后践行了自己的话。
他决定继续执行方舟计划。
在那之后，格蕾修再次登上了修复完毕的方舟，并沿着全新的路线开始了航行。但是，在很久很久之后的某一天，一股强大的力量捕获了方舟，还将他困在休眠舱中。他所珍爱的玉佩，也在这个过程里意外掉落，不知去向。虽然他还有我，但这艘船上从始至终都只有他一个人。当他的意识一点点沉入黑暗时，平日里颜色最淡的我，第一次拥有了精神的实体。但我开心不起来，因为我就是他的孤独和无助。我越是完整，反而越不能代表格蕾修。为了保护他，我用从他那里得到的所有颜色，隔绝了黑暗的侵袭，再辅以他平常无意中弄到我身上的其他颜色，创作了他最喜欢的一天。我知道，一旦这么做，自己就会因为失去本来的颜色而忘记一切。所以，在最后的最后，我还留下了预防意外事件的习作。只是，我没有想到，这些颜色或许还有混入其中的未知成分，竟然在后来扭曲了我创作的本意。它擅自模糊了喜欢的分量，又为一天蒙上了永远的滤镜。而在之后的事，就和你知道的一模一样了。真正的格蕾修。
我不明白你在说什么。我是你创造的骑士，不应该是这样吗？
It told
你
itself.
只是用近似痕的颜色，为自己创造了一层骑士的保护壳。或者说，只是因为我们身处此处，不能合二为一，事情才会变成这样。话虽如此，但我也不知道真正的痕会怎么讲话。因为那个时候的你还小，没有我们现在这么丰富的颜色。不过，我知道现在的格蕾修会怎么讲话。毕竟，要说谁最了解你，当然是在方舟起航之后，一直陪伴着你的我呀。
I was not expecting that. Bruh. Grisio was just a copy. The knight was the real Grisio. I'm just sort of baffled. What does this mean? Something seemed to have broken, and the animated colors that always surrounded its armor finally poured into this crack. Yes, in this dream that endlessly repeats a day, there was one person who knew the passing of time all along. But her memories about herself had also been stolen by some mysterious power. And when she finally remembered everything...
你是我的灰色马文。
Yeah. So the copy Grisio is Marvin. Hmm.
你终于想起来啦。不过，在我把颜色全部收回来之前，你还是叫我纯白吧。毕竟我现在的性格可比灰色积极多了，而且也更像过去的你。好，纯白，我想你说的对，在绝对的力量面前，在形似最后关头的一刻，尽管经历了漫长的遨游，我也只是下意识地呼唤着父亲母亲，试图躲在他们的身后。这副厚重的铠甲，它或许减弱了我的恐惧，却也淡化了我的自我认知和记忆。于是，在最初的今天，成为了骑士的格雷修与纯白的马文相遇了。但这不应该怪你，我们都感受到的那股力量，它才是罪魁祸首。你误会了，时至今日，我依然认为幻境中的那一日的确是无比快乐的一天。尽管这种快乐随着它的重复注定越来越稀薄，我曾尝试讲出我所知道的那一部分真相，寻求你们的帮助，或者直接带着你离开太虚山，但结果都没有任何区别。在我挑明真相的瞬间，在我踏出太虚山的下一秒，那股力量都会让一切立刻重启。更糟的是，在我进行了种种尝试后，你也在接下来的新一天无故晕倒，任凭我怎样呼唤，都没能苏醒。就像今天一样，对吗？因为经历过这件事，我意识到，如果这也是循环的副作用，那么我就绝不能强硬地对抗这种循环。于是，我转而开始利用我独立于循环，能够保有记忆的特性，引导你产生离开的想法。我想，如果你产生了离开的念头，说不定循环就会不攻自破。可惜，这类尝试也没有成功。这也让我渐渐确信了一件事：既然我们无论如何都无法终止循环，那股力量就只可能存在于今天之外。也许它是某种装置，也许它是某种能力。它在今天之外，我们对它毫无办法。但也正是因为它在今天之外，所以无论它是什么，也都不可能让今天永远是今天。如果我们完全放弃，倒是正中它的下怀。
所以，哪怕没有人能知道真相，哪怕没有人能帮你，哪怕能让你坚持下来的只是一个猜想，每一个今天，你都会不着痕迹地引导我，试图通过这种温和的方式，等待改变出现的时机。
我倒也没有那么坚定。你想嘛，我甚至以为自己就是这个现实中不存在的骑士先生。在很久之前的某个今天，我也曾打算保持沉默，不引导你的想法。 像第一个今天那样享受和朋友们在一起的快乐，但我终究做不到。我还是无法控制自己去担心你的状况，去思索我们的未来，而那些藏于盔甲下的烦恼也都被你看在眼里。你说因为我不开心，所以你也没那么开心了。所以为了带你体验到真正的快乐，我决定再坚持一下。
原来如此，你过去走出凯文他们的那间房子时，应该也是类似的心情吧？那一天，你只是突然觉得外面阳光正好，应该出去走走，于是你开始了环球旅行。
いい天気だし、私たちもそろそろ目を覚ますべきだよ。今回も失敗するかもしれないのに。失敗しても私が一緒にいるから。私たちが本物の太陽を目にするまで。
Past ghosts, wild dreams, rapture and anguish. Everything stilled in the gentle white glow. Like the silent universe, like the mute stars. The night embraced solitude and returned to herself. Older Grisio.
本当に長い夢だったね。
先确认一下现在的时间吧。我记得控制台在那个方向。脚步声。
格蕾修，
啊，华姐姐，
你果然没事，太好了，真是太好了。
我没事，华姐姐。除了身体还有点使不上力气之外，我一切都好。还有，好久不见。
确实，好久不见。
The two exchanged all the information they currently had.
原来，休眠舱停止运作，是因为华姐姐切断了它与功能系统的连接，而暗中的敌人，也是对休眠舱本身做了手脚。
不过就算没有我，只要你再坚持一段时间，功能系统也会因你在循环中的消耗而停止运转。我只是帮你把终点线往前挪了一小段而已。反过来说，要是你早已放弃希望，那么不论我事后做什么，恐怕都无济于事。
这多亏了马文，如果他没有在一开始就为我创造这一天，我的精神恐怕早就被空无一物的黑暗吞噬了吧。就像博物馆角落里那些无人在意的画作。
马文吗？一开始我还以为他是你在方舟休整期交到的新朋友，类似于机械助手。但当系统将马文相关的话一一展示在屏幕上时，我才意识到，原来在你的笔下，孤独竟然可以有这么多种形态。它可以是一只在繁星间捉迷藏的灰色小鸟，一朵快要枯萎的鲜花，一支手舞足蹈的画笔，也可以是 一个圆头圆脑的机器人。当然，他更是你。
虽然马文不能和我之外的人说话，但我可以把他的话转告给花姐姐。他说：“谢谢你找到了格雷修，也谢谢你发现了我。”
倒也不必这么正式。
好，不过
As Grisio left the words unsaid, Fuhua also seemed to notice something, her face flashing with imperceptible worry. But before long, a smile curled Grisio's lips again, because she believed that when a certain distant past finally reached this moment, it must have already embraced an ending with no regret. Be it for the other pioneers, or for the Hua that's right in front of her.
花姐姐，聊了这么久，我们还是进入当下的正题吧。
确实，对于目前的情况，我们彼此都还有很多需要弄明白的事。
花姐姐，你知道自己为什么会出现在这里吗？
听语气，你似乎已经知道答案了。
对，虽然花姐姐对自己来到这里的原因有了初步判断，但我还是要补充一点。花姐姐，你现在并不是完全的花。你身上的颜色有一种半透明的质感，并且依附在另一种我很熟悉的颜色之上。
Well, there's Senti.
如果不用颜色的说法，现在的花姐姐恐怕是被谁以投影的姿态传送到了这里。你是通过自己的影子而非真身，在这里进行调查。
So it's not just the connection to Senti. Her actual body is somewhere else. Fuhua fell silent. Even though she had made her fair share of analyses about the current situation, she hadn't entertained that possibility before.
格雷修，这种观察是凭借你的能力吗？
毕竟循环里的花姐姐说过，沾染颜色的前提就是洞见那个人自己都难以察觉的本质。
他倒是把我过去想说，但一直没机会说的话说出来了。不过，既然你能看穿本质，那此刻的方舟存在与崩坏有关的颜色吗？
Grisio shook her head. Oh. Oh, wait. So then, is Fuhua's body still back in the inn on Earth? But then why has nobody been able to find her? Because the Book of Fuxi was there. And somebody else was going... Well, no, she was with Senti. They were going to meet up again. But yeah, there's still a Book of Fuxi. I mean, though she probably could have been tampered with as well. Or they just moved her physical body. I don't know. But again, that was on Earth. I wonder if Vita was acting on her own. Sort of like she was at Salt Snow Holy City. Old Fuhua over here. Read Grisio. Is it to deal with Sa? Or is there another purpose?
就像华姐姐知道的那样，方舟上唯一与崩坏能密切相关的发动机，现在下落不明。
那，如果我们把视角拉远，放眼整个启明，或者说，位于本征世界某处的这颗星球呢？
如果在坠落前， 方舟没有大幅度变换航向，那么我们此刻应该身处于太阳系的边缘。
And so, to learn about the situation, the two activated the troubleshooter again.
提问：方舟目前所在的星球究竟位于哪里？
方舟坠落后生成的最后一份记录报告显示，方舟坠落点距离太阳约4500个天文单位，大约是海王星到太阳距离的150倍。不过，虽然该星球距离太阳极远，却奇妙地拥有充足的光照资源、水资源和2颗天然卫星。且未曾有过崩坏爆发的迹象，经系统综合评定，适宜播种。
距离太阳如此遥远，这里本应没有任何光和热才对。等等，太阳，格雷修，这里的城市代理人曾经向我展示过一幅画卷，说那是关于世界起源的创世神话。在那幅画的某处，藏有一抹奇怪的光亮。我当时并未过多在意，只将它当作某种特别的矿石。而至于对地球来说最关键的阳光，在城市代理人针对是否能让我进入博物馆的讨论结束之前，我就留心观察过这里的天空。那里不存在任何类似太阳的发光体，有的只是一整片无极的光亮。
在太阳系边缘做到这种程度，也太不可思议了。
如果仅仅是关于自然现象的不可思议，或许还能用崩坏能加以解释。可有一个矛盾却与此不同，无论那个创世神话，亦或坊间闲谈，都存在着关于太阳与日的抽象概念。这就说明，最初传递这个概念的人，见过真正的太阳，也了解太阳对文明的重要性。而如果我们将这一推测加入捕获方舟、令你休眠，并擅自播种的幕后黑手的行动中，
你是说，传递这个概念的人，以及对我和方舟出手的人，有可能是同一存在？
没错，而且虽说微小，但也不能完全排除这个人此刻仍潜藏在方舟之中的可能性。
提问：方舟内部此刻有多少人
？2人，一位是驾驶员，一位是华。
还好，
小黄和小蓝确实不在这里。也就是说，我虽然意外找到了失踪多年的格雷修，却仍旧没有触及启明异变的根本原因。甚至，由于格雷修的投影之说，我反而无法完全排除自己的嫌疑。毕竟，从时间上看，异变的确在我来到启明之后才发生，而小光和小程或许早有这方面的猜想，但还是决定给予我信任。
华姐姐，你听到外面的声音了吗？
去看看吧，我有点担心外面的小光他们。
Oh, what the heck? SD enemies? Okay. Do I have an SD type?
格雷修，这里交给我，你先带那几个孩子到安全的地方。
好，华姐姐也多加小心。
格雷修没说错，
Okay.
我似乎真的是以投影的形式而存在，只是面对其他怪物的时候，为什么不会这样？ 你们没事吧？
姐姐，我们没事。
浮华姐，这位就是葛蕾修姐姐吗？是的，我在方舟里找到了她。那蓝和小黄，
抱歉，我们已经确认过了，方舟内部只有我和浮华姐姐。他们会不会被刚刚的怪物抓走了？大家先冷静一下，我有一件很重要的事情要说。其实，我和绿姐之前说了谎。在博物馆里，我们并不是一无所获，相反是收获了许多从来没有想象过的信息。抱歉，之前没有将这件事说出来，一是出于对外来者的戒备，二是担心这件事会扰乱大家本来就不安的心绪。但现在，瞻前顾后，反而会让事态陷入更不可控的境地。你们还记得展柜中的人吗？
随着故事的发展，案件似乎终于来到了令读者最为期待的环节。而我们精明的侦探，此刻也想起了那道潜伏于记忆深处的幽影。他瞪大双眼，愕然地念出了对方的名字。
恰如
Arctic?
此时此刻。
Looks like Otto. What the heck? Excuse me? Extinguishing disaster. Resolve the body level challenge. I don't really want to right now. Okay. Yada yada. Try it out. I already tried it. I don't want to do it right now. I want to do story. Let's see. Part 1. I wonder, that might be the end of part 1. Freaking Moriarty. Ring of Sins. The distant emotions have lived till today in an endless cycle. I don't know. I'm sort of thinking I might want to not for today. Do a shorter stream. But I don't think I could get through part 2 before... Well, it'd take me quite a while to get through part 2, I feel. Taking like 2.5 hours to get through part 1. But also, before continuing, I sort of want to go and read the VN for whatever Fuhua's VN is. Deals with Moriarty. What? I mean, that does have a VN, right? Or was that like an event or something? I don't know. I don't remember there being a VN for that. I feel like there must be. And I might have just missed it. I mean, it was mentioned before, like, the story with Fuhua and Moriarty was mentioned before. I know there's a Fuhua VN, but that deals with, like, I don't know, 1,000 years in the past? That's not the one with Moriarty. I think. Let's see. Holmes and Otto Moriarty. Is it actually Otto? Certainly looks like a clone of Otto, at least. I can't find a VN, though. Like, it feels like there should be something before this that I just haven't read or something, and I can't be sure. Yeah, I know. Seven Swords visual novel. Wait, it says Moriarty is not a central focus of that specific VN, but is he in it? I don't know. Maybe I gotta like do some research and see if there's something I'm missing with Moriarty. Frustrates me. I must dive into the research. But yeah, I feel like that's a pretty good stopping point for today, even though it's a bit shorter today. Glad to see Grisio back. That made me really happy to see Fuhua meet up with Grisio again. I feel content. I cried a little. It was so wholesome. And all the bittersweet goodbyes, even though they weren't the real people, but just saying goodbye to her past. Oof, right in the feels. Yeah, good stuff. I like this. I'm interested to see where it goes, but like I said, I'm gonna look and see if there's anything I missed in the past that I should read to understand this better. Probably try and read that before next week, if there is anything. So, oh, and is there any side stories that maybe I should do before? Okay, you know what? I'll do this side story before I stop. Secret in the painting. Like me, solve the incident of the strange graffiti. Scribble and scrawl. Mysterious graffiti began to appear on the clean walls. What's happening? This happened when Fuhua first came here. A warm and bright afternoon. Everything was in perfect tranquility. A small one with a sad look was passing through the street crowds.
小光，
是傅华姐，抱歉，我刚才没看到你。
The photos in Cyan's arms scattered onto the ground when he was taken aback. Fuhua bent down to help him pick them up, which only made him more uneasy.
对不起，是我。
Trying to spare him the embarrassment, Fuhua started a new topic.
小光， 这些照片是今天的记录吗？
是的。最近大家反馈说启明有崩坏兽的踪迹，所以我会更仔细地记录城内的细节，进行流荡和比较。
All the photos were time-stamped, but some had a circle mark.
照片上是有什么问题吗？你好像在这几张上做了特殊的标记。
有件很让我在意的事，有人在围墙上画一些奇怪的涂鸦。即使有小紫帮忙把涂鸦擦掉，我也拜托了程姐多多提醒大家，但涂鸦还是会出现。虽然涂鸦不会给启明造成比崩坏兽更严重的影响，可是
The graffiti was smeared in some photos, but not in others, so the work could be clearly made out. A simple painting of irregular colored shapes, which formed a pattern that resembled a sunflower.
这是什么？向日葵，还是？
这是长庚才有的一块圆形平台上的花纹。
难怪这幅画看上去似曾相识。不过，为什么涂鸦者要反复画这个地砖图案呢？
也不是简单的反复。浮华姐，你看，
脚印，有一对脚印踩在地砖上，而且对比来看，每幅涂鸦上的脚印位置还不太一样。我还以为这是被……
当然不是居民们踢的。
抱歉，小光，我们再找找看，今天的启明里还有没有这样的涂鸦？
浮华姐要和我一起调查吗？离这里最近的一处涂鸦就在……
By comparing the photos, Cyan pointed the way.
我记得那里就有一幅。
好，过去看看。
The first spot. On the bright wall, there was a set of small footprints on the sunflower patterned roof net. My goodness. On the bright wall, there was a set of small footprints on the sunflower patterned floor tile. Cyan took a photo of the graffiti with his camera. Then he began to observe it carefully.
如果脚印的朝向就是下一幅涂鸦的位置，这边走，浮华姐。
There he go.
是崩坏兽。
哦，
小光，你先躲起来。
浮华姐，小心啊！抱歉，浮华姐，都是因为我。
不，我们两个配合得很好，有你负责带路，我才能专心处理崩坏兽。
The second spot. On the broken wall, there was a set of small footprints on the sunflower patterned floor tile. Okay, Zion took a photo of it, began to observe it
脚
carefully.
印距离画面中心更近了，除了方向，它也在暗示着距离吗？
你的猜测应该是对的，说不定我们离目的地更近了。
不，我只是随便说说。
走吧，马上就能验证了。
The third spot. On the freshly painted wall, there was a set of small footprints on the sunflower pattern floor tile. Okay, I took a photo, began to observe it carefully.
脚印就要站在图案的中央了，但是沿着脚尖朝向的方向看，好像什么都没有了。
如果这特殊的地砖图案指代的是长庚呢？
啊，
长庚。
这样说的话。
Cyan took out the photos he had taken during patrols. Although most of them were pictures of sunflowers, the one in Chang'eng's old plaza stood out.
在启明的各个角落都有这幅涂鸦，一旦被覆盖，还会再次出现，就像是希望谁能看懂，并且跟随指引一样。还有，在以晨星为名的城里画着关于荤腥的涂鸦，真醒目啊！
看来。 这正是作者的目的了。走吧，我们去长庚看看，作者到底想干些什么。
浮华姐，我的想法不一定是对的，而且长庚已经废弃太久了。按现在的局面，浮华姐跟着我去长庚，可能还会卷到什么麻烦里。
这种程度倒是算不上什么麻烦。我答应了你们会帮忙，我也不能对崩坏社放着不管。 你是为了尽职尽责完成记录员的调查工作，我是为了找到回家的线索，这是互相帮助，没什么过意不去的。小光，
可是，
没关系，只是去看看。如果是我们猜测过度，这对启明而言倒是一件好事。
With Huhua's acknowledgement and consolation, Cyan blushed as he held his camera and photos tighter.
走吧，小光。 去长庚继续调查。
Huhua gently patted him on the back, and this act gave him some encouragement and courage.
好的，浮华姐。
Following the graffiti's guidance, the two entered Chang'eng. Author intentionally leaves to Chang'eng, must have left some clues behind. It'd be better if there was nothing to find at all. Focus on what we can do before us. Oh. No. Obstacles blocking view. Factory trace left by paint. It's here. The graffiti artist used plenty of colors and wrote, "Near the round pavilion." Below that, there was also a string of numbers. 720, blank. There's someplace in Ximing, quite a few pavilions with round roofs. Space at the end of the numbers, what's supposed to be? 7? The number in the empty space should be 7, yeah. I don't know what the numbers are for. Jot it down, look around Ximing. The two returned to Qiming and looked at the passing crowds and rows of houses. They didn't know where to start. In our investigation, Sign stood in the middle of the street and seemed helpless again. He didn't notice Fu Hua observing him from the side. Wasn't a serious or dangerous incident. Sign can finish the investigation alone, just needs to believe in himself. Good opportunity for him to build confidence. Okay. Problem if he always doubts himself. Fu Hua also, yeah, Fu Hua used to doubt herself a lot. Much to search through. Split up. Fu Hua moved closer to the boy's ear and told him her plan. Her to send messages to him. Fu Hua waved her hand and left while Sign was still confused. You can do it. I believe in you. Razor being covered, turn the scene check. Draws graffiti frequently, so his sleeves and pant legs must be stained with paint. His vibrant colors and will leave obvious marks on his body. Aww. Mastermind dress clean, so they're innocent. Somebody with paint. Always got paint on him. Follow him for now. Well, wasn't there something over there that was painted on? Oh yeah, could be taking a look. Oh, what are you doing? There we go. Buying things. It's like textbooks. Wait up, my legs are stubbier than yours. Round pavilion surrounded by water. The little boy arrived at a building next to a pavilion and pushed the door open. Didn't lock his door. Go in and take a look. He appeared again. Kind of secret base. Owner of this place prefers reading to graffitiing. Many books on training logical thinking and some coloring books. Oh, there's a picture of that wheel thing again. Paints, brushes, photos of graffitis. Graffiti on the wall. The graffiti artist wrote in beautiful cursive, "The night illuminates the morning star." Below that, there were also a string of numbers. 12, 7, 5, 2, 3, -1, blank. Aww. -5, -3, -3, +1, -4? What the heck? Find something achieving at night. These spaces at the end of the number should be... What pattern does this follow? -5, -2. +1. Or, well, no, -5, -2, -2, -3, +1, -4. Huh? The night illuminates the morning star. I have no idea. YOLO too. No, okay. 1? Okay. 4? Why is it 4? Starting from the third number, each number is the difference between the first and second number. Oh. Oh. Alright, well played. I'm not good at those. We got it right. Let me send a message to Fu Hua. You can only do so much. The entire city slept through the cloudy night. I find what the artist wants us to see in the city. It's night right now? Might have used special paint. It always has a sharp smell. Okay. We gotta find some special paint. There's a paint splotch. It's gonna have a hard time cleaning the paint. Okay, so we break the crate. X marks the spot. 3D artists used special paint to write in a trendy, artistic style. The words had a neon glow and stated, "The celebration remembers for us." Below that, there was also a string of numbers. 23, 16, 28, 11, 33, 6, 38, blank, 1? Like it goes up and down with a increasing distance, increasing difference of 5 each time. Like the purple mentioned before, the photo collection. Number in the empty space is 1? Answer is 1. Yeah, each have a difference of 5. Would be the case. Armed reprimand the kids for their prey. Less likely for the children to sneak into the museum. Send the discoveries to Cyan. Complete a mission without Fu Hua again. There you go, hype yourself up. You got this. New clues awaiting. The boy encouraged himself quietly and began to search for any traces left behind by the graffiti artist. Find clues using the postcards. In the silent museum, there was only the sound of the boy flipping through books. Purple's photography skills improving. Find clues about the graffiti artist. Sign resolved himself and began to focus. Purple took a photo of the children who drew the graffiti. In the photo, two boys held up a paper board together and smiled at the camera like the other residents. On the board was written, "The place we are all familiar with." Below that, there was also a string of numbers. 3 blank 29 62 127. Oh, wait. Hold on. Wait. Three. Yeah, but that's +4. Three. Five? No, that would only make 7. What is the logic to this puzzle? The answer this time should be... Six, 7, Ilamau? No, I don't know, 8? No? Yeah, I don't get the pattern to this either. It almost looks like double the number plus some, but none of these would work for that. I don't know, 7? No, it's 6? Nth term of the sequence is n cubed plus or minus 2. Plus or minus... Holy cow. Okay, well that's a tricky one. Okay. N cubed plus or minus 2. Odd numbered terms are added by 2. Even numbered terms are subtracted by 2. What the heck? Get this math out of my video game. Photos from last year's celebration. The puzzle from the graffiti artist lasted so long. Only been appearing recently. Fuhua and Cyan each made their own discoveries and discussed the last puzzle. We're all familiar with. You have 4 numbers, 7, 4, 1, and 6. Vita flipped through the photos from his bag in confusion, trying to find any clues from the pictures of buildings in the city on an ordinary day. He looked through them for a long time, but ultimately placed them down in disappointment. Hmm. Boy lowered his head, dejected. I guess show your approval? Very well, much better than before. You clues by yourself, even solved 4 number puzzles. And we're all familiar with this new place we want to go. No?
为了方便管理，我们给街道标过序号。也就是说，这栋建筑在名为7和4两条街的交界。没错。
Okay, the intersection of Street 7 and 4. Oh, what the heck? Get out of my way, we're trying to puzzle solve.
就是它了，很大的房子。16，应该对应的是层数和房号。
This warehouse had been unused for a long time and had long become a place for children to play in and explore instead. The two found the final answer to the puzzle here. In a corner of a certain empty room, they found a box of what the children saw as precious treasure.
我在那个房子里看到的科普读物以及艺术教材，这里也有几本。不止这些，有画材，还有小孩子的日记。眼下探寻真相，排除可能的威胁更重要。事后，我们再为翻看他人日记诚恳道歉吧。
After some hesitation, the two carefully opened the cover and saw that the child who loved drawing had written about his longing for his friend.
原来，城里出现的涂鸦都是这个孩子画给他卧床生病的朋友看的呀。他写下那些谜题，就是给这位爱解谜的朋友留下的暗号。他还说，在去年的庆典上，是他第一次尝试着出谜。那时他们就约定好了，2个人要一起完成一整套谜题。但是在那之后，他的朋友病倒了，这件事便搁置下来。直到他遇到了一个小孩，鼓励他把涂鸦涂变起名，吸引他朋友的注意。于是他编写了这些谜题，还将自己第一次完成的谜题囊括进去。好在小孩子心思单纯，这只是因为友情而诞生的小麻烦。太好了，看来真的没有什么大事。等会儿去把这件事告诉程姐好了。
他很擅长安抚人心，会用温和的方式跟这个孩子沟通，一定能圆满解决。不过，墙上的涂鸦还是需要清理干净才行。这个量，恐怕要找小紫来帮忙。浮华姐，你在笑什么？
Cyan seemingly noticed Fu Hua staring at him and looked up, tilting his head in confusion.
你看，你现在真的能独当一面了。
啊？那是因为有浮华姐一直在鼓励我。
可是只有我的鼓励，是不能帮助你解开涂鸦谜题、妥善处理案件的。我只是帮你处理了一些突然出现的崩坏兽，而整个事件的调查我并未出手相助，全都是你一个人做到的。你看，你比自己想象中要可靠得多，厉害得多。
浮华姐，我能问你个问题吗？
当然。
为什么浮华姐要为了我这么大费周章，为了帮我建立信心，甚至特意分头行动？也可能是我多心了，对不起。
不，你说的对，我确实是有意在这么做。该怎么说呢？
She shifted her gaze from the boy in front of her and looked up at the distant sky with a nostalgic smile.
每当看到你那种畏手畏脚、自我设限的做事方式，我就会想起最初的自己。
啊，浮华姐这么厉害的人，也有过那种时期吗？
是啊，不管怎么说，在我来之前，小光已经为这座城市努力了很久，是个合格的城市代理人了。而那时候的我，笨嘴拙舌，在班上总是最不起眼的那个，甚至不知道该怎么交朋友。虽然后来一路的成长中，我遇到了很多很好的人帮我克服这些，但回看最初青涩的自己，总是让我有些哑然失笑。过分的谦逊反而会束缚自己的能力，自我评价过低，最终会招致不必要的障碍。想要帮助小光克服这些，也是因为我很想这么告诉过去的自己吧。抱歉，擅自这么想。
啊，浮华姐讲的这些，我从来没有想过，很有意义。我会好好记住的。
你的同伴们，其他城市代理人，一定也是这么相信着你的。就算为了回应他们的信任，你也该多相信自己一点。
大家都是我无可替代的家人，我不能让家人失望。谢谢你，浮华姐。这件事的后续处理就交给我吧。
The modest boy smiled shyly and tried to stand up straight with confidence. He took the diary and ran out, but stopped shortly after to wave goodbye to Fu Hua. He waved back. Just like that, she bade farewell to her former self. Aw, that's nice. Good stuff. Clueless. And I guess the other way is Demon Roar stretching the topic. Ah, right. Yep, perfect conclusion. I'm good. We don't need to see the other one. We got the perfect conclusion. Yeah, it's like... I don't know what the point of these missed endings are. Or, well, not missed endings, but bad endings, I guess? I don't know. It doesn't really seem that hard to get the right ending. Except for that one where you have to, like, dodge all the mechs. Messed up that one a few times. But Yeah, and they don't really add anything if you go back and play them after you've gotten the right end. If they gave some new info or something, I wouldn't mind, but yeah, I don't know. Anyway. Yeah, next section is very long. Oh, wow. That last section is pretty long. I don't know, maybe if I start... Maybe if I start a little earlier, maybe I can get through the next 2 parts next stream? I don't know. But yeah, I think I'm gonna end there for today. Pick up next time, can get right into the main story. Then I gotta see if there's anything I need to look over for Moriarty's story with Fuhua. There should be like a list of VNs, I can just check that. But if there is something I need to go back and read for that, I don't know if I probably won't stream it. I'll just go straight into the story next week. And I'll try and read anything I need to by next week. So, yeah, gonna end there. Pick up next week. Tomorrow is gonna be more Card on Ciel. And then, if I don't finish that up tomorrow, story-wise, probably maybe finish that up Thursday, story? Like, there's lots of replayability, but probably only going to stream the story part of it. Yeah. I think that's everything I need to say. In the meantime, if anybody's interested in my social medias, there are links for Discord, Twitter, Blue Sky, and YouTube. They're in the chat. You can always find those links in the About section of my Twitch or underneath the socials banner. For anybody watching the VOD on YouTube, if you're ever interested in watching live, there will be a link in the video description to my Twitch. Yeah, thank y'all for being here. Hope y'all have a great rest of your day, night, wherever you are. And I'll see you around. Boy, gaming. Bye-bye.